but here now we're just a bit worried.
Je pense qu'Éric Zemmour est un terroriste. Il a exactement la même idée que ces terroristes. C'est de diviser la France. Ça, c'est un vrai problème. C'est qu'on n'a plus de leader. On n'a pas un vrai leader avec des idées concrètes pour régler ces problématiques sociales en France.
Turning to the French election, how do you explain the rise in popularity of the far right, people like Eric Zemmour?
That's the reason why Eric Zemmour is so popular, because he speaks about issues that are really burning in France, and you don't have an equivalent on the other side who would address those issues, but in a left-ish way. And
why is that in your view?
The thing is that there are not many people of color in position of power really in France who would be willingly addressing race. And the other thing is that traditional parties, they still are afraid to lose the votes of the people from the far right.
The far right has grown in an alarming way, and Eric Zemmour's influence will outlast this election.
Not so many months ago, he was not even a candidate, and now he has so much people ready to vote for him and who stand for him, and he gives us hope. Clearly, he's the candidate of the hope.
Last week, Emmanuel Macron held his first campaign rally. He's rattled by the far right's surging popularity. He's urging moderates to get out and vote.
Le danger extrémiste aujourd'hui est d'autant plus grand que depuis plusieurs mois, plusieurs années, la haine, les vérités alternatives se sont banalisées dans le débat public.
No matter who wins the election, Eric Zemmour has left an indelible mark, cementing in US-style culture wars. The far right is testing what it means to be French, and the ideals of equality and fraternity that inspired the revolution may yet be beaten by the politics of hate and division.
Throughout this election, we'll leave no political stone unturned.
We have a plan to keep our economy strong.
We'll take you beyond the daily circus to the marginal seats where the election will be won and lost.
Let the people of Australia decide.
And inside the political drama that could affect your vote.
Insiders, Sunday at 9 on ABC and ABC iView.
A young couple on a mission.
It's a really daunting and high-stakes project. They're in the middle of nowhere out here.
Braving extreme weather and isolation.
And there have been moments where I've told Reese that I'm not sure if we can keep going.
To help turn around our extinction crisis.
It was a moment for a high five because we'd finally hit that goal.
We need these animals back in this desert. Big projects like this show we can do it.
Australian Story, Monday on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Courting a date. The Prime Minister edges closer to calling the election but runs into a High Court snag. Harrowing details emerge of the treatment of civilians by Russian forces in Ukraine. Residents told to get out, several evacuation orders in place across Sydney's south and southwest as heavy rain lashes the city and surrounds. And get your motor running. The Australian Formula One Grand Prix gets underway after 3 years in the pits. This is ABC Late News. Hello, I'm Brianna Shepherd. The Prime Minister is having to contend with yet another twist in the legal saga over controversial Liberal pre-selections in his home state. The High Court will hear an application from a disgruntled Liberal seeking to overturn the endorsement of a dozen candidates in New South Wales. And with the election still to be officially called, both leaders are testing out their campaign lines. And for Scott Morrison, dealing with the unexpected. Here's political editor Andrew Probyn.
Get out of the way. Let me talk.
Politics in the pub, Newcastle style.
This is what you said when you got elected last time. Those that have a go will get a go. Correct. Well, I've had a go, mate. I've worked for my life and paid my taxes.
Scott Morrison patient in the face of former miner Ray.
Hey, you better do something, mate. I don't care. I'm sick of your bull.
I could understand that he was very upset about some really significant issues that had happened in his life. And so I was keen to understand what he was saying to me.
The election whistle's not even blown, but it's already very personal.
Anthony Albanese is a blank page. He's not a small target, he is a complete blank page.
They don't have an agenda for a next term. I have a clear agenda.
The Labor leader on an early offensive, accompanied by popular premiers on either side of the Nullarbor, where the opposition has high hopes. The PM on the defensive, in the bellwether New South Wales seat of Robertson, won by the party that forms government for the past 40 years.
Anthony Albanese has been ducking the questions for 3 years. And in this election campaign, he'll have to answer them.
Mr Albanese conceding that for much of the past few years, his problem has been being heard during a pandemic.
You had married at first sight broken into with addresses to the nation. What I did was put the national interest first.
But as soon as the election is called, both leaders will be on an equal footing.
Will you be calling the election tomorrow?
We're going to do this every day.
When he does go to the Governor-General, the Prime Minister will, perhaps justifiably, claim underdog status. He's been under siege in recent months, his character questioned. A disgruntled Liberal will tomorrow ask the High Court to hear a challenge to controversial captain's pick pre-selections. Even if that fails, every election has its wild cards. Clive Palmer's United Australia Party will field candidates in every lower house seat. Opposition to pandemic lockdowns may see his party direct preferences away from the Liberals in New South Wales and from Labor in Victoria.
From my personal perspective, I think I'd put the Greens ahead of Liberal and Labor.
Promising mischief even without winning a seat. Andrew Probyn, ABC News, Canberra.
The ABC has gathered harrowing accounts pointing to alleged Russian war crimes against Ukrainian civilians. Locals in a small village near the capital, Kyiv, have described a brutal month-long occupation by Russian forces. Correspondent Sean Rubenstein-Dunlop reports from Borodyanka, and a warning, this report contains some distressing details.
Outside Kyiv, suburban life is in ruins. For 5 weeks, Russian forces terrorised towns along their failed mission to storm the capital. Now we can see what they left behind. Borodyanka might be liberated, but in every corner it bears the scars of atrocities. We met Vera Holubenko, whose home in a nearby village was occupied by Russian soldiers. The invaders left a cyclonic mess, the remains of Russian army supplies and an alcohol-fuelled descent into depravity. She says they were bringing girls here.
Look at these so-called liberators. Now everyone is trembling and no one can sleep.
Russian troops dug into this village for a month. Women hid and were brutalised when they came out for food.
Late at night, they were showing up drunk and shooting people in the legs.
Drunk soldiers came into Valentina Cherednichenko's house, looking for her daughter and a female friend. She told us they shot her son-in-law Sasha in the back of the head.
He said he wouldn't let them rape the two women. He said, "I'm Russian. Are you going to shoot me?" And then I heard the sound of a click, and Sasha fell. I put a jacket under his head, and his brains leaked onto my hands.
After the killing, witnesses said the soldiers raped 2 women. Sasha was buried here in a shallow grave. Sasha Pistun was a father of 2 and construction worker, and one of many Ukrainians who suffered the final indignity of being buried in someone's yard. And as the Russians retreat, each day more cases emerge. Of all the areas outside Kyiv, Ukrainian authorities believe this one suffered the most atrocities. A civilian killing in cold blood and a possible war crime, one of many in what Ukraine is describing as a genocide. Sean Rubenstein Dunlop, ABC News, Borodyanka.
While Russian forces have pulled back from the capital, fighting to the east is ramping up. People are fleeing westward, but in the port city of Mariupol, heavy fighting has prevented thousands from escaping. Europe correspondent Isabella Higgins reports from Kyiv.
Finally, free from what some say is a living hell. Those here have been stuck inside the besieged port city of Mariupol.
People are having mental breakdowns. There's a woman we know who hanged herself.
People are being buried in the streets. Shallow graves, half a metre deep at best, with some earth on top. Dead bodies all over the city.
It's believed 160,000 remain trapped. Red Cross buses were unable to enter. Those here managed to escape the city and were then picked up.
We walked. We decided to go with a child, and our family let us go with tears in their eyes.
NATO says Russia is preparing to take the entire Donbass region. Maurice Payne is in Belgium to show Australia's solidarity with the Western security bloc.
Today I'm announcing 67 further sanctions of Russian elites and oligarchs.
The US has introduced more sanctions against Moscow, including targeting President Vladimir Putin's daughters.
This war has already inflicted enormous pain and suffering on an entire nation. But now here, there's hope that Moscow is scaling back its ambition. The Pentagon has confirmed that all Russian troops have now left Kyiv. 6 weeks into this invasion, this country, its government and its soldiers have defied expectation.
Of course they can win this. Mr. Putin has achieved exactly 0 of his strategic objectives inside Ukraine.
But in the Donbass, it appears the worst could be yet to come. There's a renewed panic to get the innocent out of harm's way from a war which has shown no mercy. Isabella Higgins, ABC News, Kyiv.
Thousands of people across Sydney's south and southwest are under evacuation orders tonight. A severe weather system has been pounding the city and surrounding regions with heavy rain, with flash flooding the norm. The State Emergency Service has received hundreds of calls for help and performed dozens of rescues.
Sydney had been warned to prepare for a soaking. Overnight, the city's south was hit hard. This morning, locals in Warrenora woke to a river rising fast.
Woke up at 4 this morning, neighbours knocking on doors, removing stuff because the river was coming up pretty quick. And then sort of about 8 o'clock this morning, it's right up.
I've never seen it run this fast before, ever.
Waterfront backyards and a riverside cafe were waterlogged.
It came in early this morning. We've all had to come all hands on deck to try and save some furniture and make sure that it didn't get into the commercial kitchen, and so we've been pretty busy.
Just after 10, the order to evacuate was issued, here and downstream at Bonnet Bay.
We have to move out because it's flooding a bit and there's no point staying there if we can't get out. So we might move to our cousin's house for a little bit.
At Cogra, an aged care home was evacuated in the middle of the night.
You can see that sludge mark there.
At the height of the downpour, runoff from the Caltex oil refinery at Kurnell sent oil and diesel pouring down the road and into neighbouring properties.
See it flowing?
It's washed all into my backyard. I've got petrol everywhere and black sludge everywhere in the backyard.
She says the fumes were overwhelming, especially for her 13-year-old daughter who has COVID.
It feels like I'm standing with a Bowser of fuel and just breathing the fumes in.
Heavy rain delayed the clean-up and the only road in was closed until late morning. making things difficult for the 30 to 40 residents who were also contending with flooding.
So first thing this morning, crews have returned. I've got hazmat people at the moment checking the runoff, checking the puddles to make sure that it is safe.
Many residents who were advised to leave their homes today instead opted to stay and keep an eye on the river levels themselves. Heavy rainfall is expected to continue here for the next 12 to 24 hours, and the Bureau of Meteorology says the wet weather could continue for weeks.
Unfortunately, we continue to be in a La Nina event, which we know for New South Wales means that we can expect to see higher than average rainfall conditions, which is exactly what we've seen over the past couple of months. And we are expecting La Nina to continue throughout the remainder of April.
So plenty more of this to come for flood-weary communities. Ruby Cornish, ABC News, Sydney.
Finding an affordable rental in Australia has become increasingly difficult, and wait times for social housing now run into many years. If you live with disability and need a home that's in your price range and accessible, then the task is even harder. National Disability Affairs reporter Elizabeth Wright explains.
Nicola Morehouse is legally blind. The mother of 2 autistic daughters has been looking for a new home to rent in Newcastle since January.
What really is happening is in this area, there's nothing. Even areas that you would have thought of as being quite cheap are now out of my price range.
Their current rent is $415 a week.
Things are falling off the walls.
They're being evicted so work can be done to the bathroom.
I could move back in after they've done the renovations. However, they're looking to put the rent up by over $250 a week. I'm on a disability pension. I cannot afford that.
I do see Nicola as being in a crisis.
Nicola's NDIS support coordinator has contacted the Department of Housing and other organisations.
They are that overwhelmed with people that are already homeless that Nicola is just not even a picture in their mind at the moment, which is awful.
They're recently renovated.
Nicola has been on the social housing waiting list for 6 years. They knocked back a home last year as it wasn't accessible for someone who is blind.
My support worker was worried that I would trip and then bang my head on the vanity on the sink, and she was very adamant that it was not suitable for me.
Rental prices have risen 18% across regional Australia in the past 2 years, and on the open market there is no incentive to make homes accessible.
I feel like I have failed because I can't find somewhere for my family to live.
Overwhelmed by the task, Nicola has deferred finishing an honours degree this year.
I guess I am really looking for a miracle at the moment.
A home that's affordable and accessible. Elizabeth Wright, ABC News.
A landmark Australian study has warned vaping is not only a danger to people's health, it can also become a gateway to cigarette use. An estimated 1.8 million Australians have used e-cigarettes. And now this wide-ranging review has renewed concerns about the rising number of young people taking up the habit. National medical reporter Sophie Scott has the story.
Alison Bolton knows how painful a smoking-related disease can be. She's living with lung cancer.
I felt really sick after the chemo and radiation.
So she was shocked to discover her teenage son had started vaping.
I think young people really need to understand that they're just putting themselves at risk.
Now, Australian researchers have reviewed almost 200 major international studies on vaping.
The bottom line is that e-cigarettes are harmful to health. So the evidence shows that they increase the risk of addiction, of poisoning, of lung injury, and of trauma and burns.
The report, commissioned by the Federal Health Department, found only limited evidence vaping could help some cigarette users quit. Instead, it found vaping was highly likely to be a gateway and lead more people to take up smoking.
Non-smokers who use e-cigarettes have around 3 times the chance of taking up smoking as non-smokers.
The greater risk from this widespread availability of this product is that we'll actually reverse the gains that we have made in reducing smoking.
The authors are particularly worried about teens. 1 in 5 young people have tried e-cigarettes.
Young people have actually been sold a lie that e-cigarettes contain just harmless water vapour, but they don't. They contain a lot of mixed chemicals.
Do you know what you're vaping? And obviously schools are trying to counter the marketing with education programs.
The parents were often completely unaware that this was even an issue.
The federal government is also being urged to crack down on flavours that appeal to youth, like bubblegum, in its national tobacco strategy. Sophie Scott, ABC News.
As Australians wait for the official election starter gun to be fired, the French go to the polls this weekend to vote for a president. The incumbent, Emmanuel Macron, is favourite to win, but his main challenger, just as it was last election, is a candidate from the far right. As the ABC's Michael Rowland reports, it's led to a campaign dominated by extreme views over race and religion.
The political outsider who stormed the Elysee Palace 5 years ago is stumping up for a second term.
Merci.
Emmanuel Macron is ahead in the opinion polls. The president's role in trying to broker an end to the war in Ukraine has boosted his popularity. The cost of living and soaring petrol prices are key election issues, but a toxic debate over race and immigration has overshadowed the campaign.
Hatred, alternative truths have been normalised in the public discourse.
Firebrand TV pundit Eric Zemmour is running for president. He's anti-immigration and says Islam represents an existential threat to France.
Ils sont voleurs, ils sont assassins.
Despite being convicted 3 times for hate speech, Zemmour has attracted fervent support.
He understood that it's just very important to save France from disappearing.
The far-right vote has been building in France. Long-time figurehead Marine Le Pen, who also wants to wind back immigration, is running second in the polls. For the French of African origin, like filmmaker and anti-racism campaigner Rakaya Diallo, the rise of the right could have dangerous consequences.
Merci beaucoup, ça me fait trop plaisir.
I'm really concerned about the fact that people like Eric Zemmour are really pushing the boundaries of what is acceptable or not.
In the end, issues of race and immigration will jostle with the cost of living and the economy when French voters head to the ballot booths. But this ugly debate about just what it means to be French threatens to continue well beyond the election, threatening those revolutionary ideals of liberty, equality and fraternity. Michael Rowland, ABC News, Paris.
For the second time in a week, the Afghan capital has been rocked by an insurgent attack. A grenade was thrown into a mosque during prayers in central Kabul, injuring at least 6 people. Last weekend, a blast ripped through the city's main money exchange, killing 1 person and injuring dozens more. Analysts say the threat remains from Islamic State jihadists and other militant groups 8 months after the Taliban regained control of the country. Toyota could be forced to pay more than $2 billion to customers as part of a class action for drivers who bought cars with faulty diesel particulate filters. The class action covers more than 264,000 Hilux, Fortuner and Prado models sold between October 2015 and April 2020. The federal court found customers purchased cars with defects, which reduced the value of their vehicles by more than $7,000. Some drivers may be entitled to more compensation. The filters are designed to capture and burn off pollutants, but the defect caused cars to spew out foul-smelling white smoke. Toyota says it will put in place remedies to fix the problem and will consider the judgment before commenting further. The skyrocketing price of fuel is pushing up the cost of a weekend fishing trip or day out on the water. In North Queensland, families, businesses and rescue services are struggling to absorb the added costs, leaving the region's famous coastal waters quiet.
These anglers know the worst day fishing will always beat the best day working.
Is it a red shark? It's a red shark. That's what we call them from now on. The red shark.
But financing a trip offshore now requires more time on the job. Adam Finlay has never paid this much to fuel up for a charter off Townsville.
For us, it's about $2,000 for a full day trip, yeah.
Breaking even is near impossible.
We will need to do more days on water to get that profit margin up.
Tourists are finally hiring boats again in Cairns, keeping Nikki Gemelli busy. But it isn't the post-pandemic boom she had hoped for.
It's something we probably didn't profile the significant increase in fuel costs.
The price at the Bowser isn't just hurting businesses. North Queensland waters are usually teeming with recreational fishers, but many are staying on shore.
When the price went up horrifically in the last 6 to 8 weeks, a lot of boaties didn't come out.
Yeah, well, you're paying $2.20, sometimes more, so you put 1,000 litres in, you're talking $2,200. It's a fair few dollars, that's for sure.
If you're on a fixed income and all of a sudden, you know, the running costs of your boat is doubled.
Even volunteer marine rescue groups are struggling to operate at higher costs. In the Whitsundays, a fuel levy has been introduced.
If we don't do that, and if we don't charge for non-members, it's pretty simple, we're not going to be here.
Despite the cut in fuel excise, the average price of diesel remains high at $1.80 a litre. Anglers are hoping prices will drop further so they can drop a line again.
Hopefully it does help.
Chloe Shumicki, ABC News, Townsville.
After a 3-year hiatus imposed by the pandemic, the Australian Formula One Grand Prix is back in Melbourne. Legions of fans have returned to Albert Park to see the fastest race cars in the world hit a new track that's expected to produce a faster and potentially more dangerous race.
A message that for many symbolised the first casualty of the pandemic.
The Australian Formula One Grand Prix has been cancelled.
760 days later, a new message.
I'm pleased to tell you the gates are opening at 9:30 for the 2022 Formula One Heineken Australian Grand Prix.
2 years after angry fans were turned away.
It was a pretty dark day for everyone at the Australian Grand Prix.
Some of the same fans are back.
So I was right here at the gate when it was cancelled, so yeah, hopefully different story today.
No, just looking forward to getting back in there again. It's been too long.
More than 400,000 spectators are expected over 4 days. Unsurprisingly, there are fewer overseas fans than normal, but interstate ticket sales remain strong.
We come up for a whole week, so we do a bit of shopping, a bit of everything.
And there's more interest from women, driven by the Netflix series Drive to Survive.
I think it was just like the drama and all the behind the scenes was really cool.
It's just a good city and good place to be.
Valtteri Bottas knows the drama well. The Finnish driver won in 2019 with Mercedes, but this time he's in new colours with Alfa Romeo.
I think realistically, probably the favourites coming to this weekend is going to be Ferrari and Red Bull. But we've had some really promising performances in the first 2 races.
This year's race is tipped to be faster. The circuit at Albert Park has been resurfaced and there are fewer turns in the track.
I'm pretty sure we'll see more action and wheel-to-wheel action compared to the previous races here.
Bottas will put his real skills to the test when practice gets underway tomorrow. Tom Maddox, ABC News, Melbourne.
Former US Masters champion Fred Couples says Tiger Woods will be ready to make an impact when the tournament starts at the Augusta National tomorrow. Woods attracted large galleries as he prepared for his first official tournament since badly injuring his leg in a car accident early last year. Couples practiced with Woods and says the 5-time champion is capable of challenging for the title.
I mean, he's won so many times and he's just not a guy to go do something mediocre. He'll compete and he'll be ready to roll.
The traditional par 3 contest was won by Canadians Mike Weir and Mackenzie Hughes, who were on top when bad weather brought an end to the competition. Australian Test captain Pat Cummins has shown off his all-round skills by equalling the fastest half-century in the history of the Indian Premier League. Better known for his fast bowling, Cummins raised his 50 off only 14 balls to help the Kolkata Knight Riders beat the Mumbai Indians. Cummins smashed 34 runs from an over bowled by fellow Australian Daniel Sams. The Melbourne Boomers have levelled the WNBL Grand Final series after the Perth Lynx missed a free throw to tie the score in the final second of Game 2 in Perth. Trailing by 3 points, Lynx star Marina Mabrey drew a foul to earn 3 free throws to level the match. The American was successful with her first 2 attempts, but couldn't make the third to force overtime.
She misses and Melbourne win. Shot up. It's short. Boomers win. We're going to 3. We're going to game 3.
The third and deciding match will be played in Melbourne on Saturday. And now the weather with Paul Higgins.
Coastal and inland pressure troughs are going to keep the rain coming over most of New South Wales, and that cold front will clip the southwest of Western Australia later tomorrow, with the trough moving inland, the combination triggering showers and storms in the southwest. In Queensland, the chance of showers all along the east coast, but especially over the central and southeast parts, where there could be thunderstorms. Showers and storms over the southern interior and western Cape York, and a few showers in Brisbane. Showers most likely along the New South Wales east coast and central inland, with heavy falls possible. Thunderstorms in central and northern inland parts. In Sydney, another 8 to 20 millimetres of rain and up to 20 in Canberra. Heavy rain in those yellow areas. 6-hourly rainfall totals between 60 and 120 millimetres. Minor to major flooding on the Hawkesbury, Nepean, Colo, Georges and Warrenora rivers. A shower or two for Victoria, more scattered in the east, and some thunderstorms over the far north, partly cloudy in Melbourne. The chance of morning fog over Tasmania, then dry, sunny in Hobart, warm across South Australia after early fog patches. In Adelaide, mostly sunny. In the west, showers and storms for most of the southwest land division, and showers about the southern Gascoyne coast later. In Perth, afternoon showers. The chance of showers over the northern Kimberley and the northwest and far northeast of the Territory, and partly cloudy in Darwin.
And that's ABC Late News. I'm Brianna Shepherd. It's been a pleasure having your company. Bye for now.
The most exciting thing about election nights is the night where we hand it over to the voters. After all of those weeks and months, all the polls, all the predictions, politicians trying to control events, just for a few hours on election night, they have no control at all. It's up to the voters and nobody knows what they're going to do. It's quite a humbling moment for everybody who thinks they're an expert in politics.
Throughout this election, we'll leave no political stone unturned.
We have a plan to keep our economy strong.
We'll take you beyond the daily circus to the marginal seats where the election will be won and lost.
Let the people of Australia decide.
And inside the political drama that could affect your vote.
Insiders, Sunday at 9 on ABC and ABC iView.
Wednesday, there's a brand new moral dilemma.
What if you didn't need a womb to make a baby? Even when birth goes in a straightforward way, is it barbaric?
Oh, ladies.
The panel will labour over the good.
There were things about it that were really lovely.
The bad.
The worst experience I've ever had.
And unusual aspects of childbirth.
I felt like a little funny sensation. The cat.
Tomorrow tonight. Wednesday at 9 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Tracy and I, we're building a future. We're selling an idea of summers that never end. The company is called Lightwave, and we're making board shorts.
It is my company, Trotter.
Snapper's building an empire.
Wait, this isn't what I came for.
I'm coming home, I'm coming home, I'm coming home to you tonight.
When did all this stop being fun?
Barron's starts April 24 on ABC or log into ABC iView.
To boost economic growth. Live performance.
His family had never lost hope. Contains the genetic material.
Welcome to the program. This imminent federal election could set a new record for the amount of money spent by a single party. Businessman Clive Palmer says he has plans to match and possibly exceed the $80 million campaign budget spent in 2019 for the United Australia Party. Today, the outspoken COVID vaccination sceptic told the National Press Club that, unlike last time, he's undecided about which major party his party will preference. Will those preferences prove decisive in a tight contest? Peter McCutcheon reports.
Never before have our major parties been Australians to vote for the United Australia Party.
The United Australia Party set Australia free from this coming election.
Stop the lockdowns. Time for a change. This is the last chance.
We want freedom, freedom, freedom.
You can't miss it. Saturation advertising from a political party that opinion polls suggest may not even pick up a single seat.
The billboards have only just started to roll out, and we'll have TV, we'll have radio, we'll have newspaper, we'll have social media.
You'll have a feeling you won't be able to escape anymore, unlike 2019 where it wasn't so noticeable. They're going to be worse on digital and social media because that's where more of us are.
The United Australia Party, bankrolled and effectively controlled by businessman Clive Palmer, broke election spending records in 2019. And this time around, Mr Palmer is promising to at least match or spend even more.
Well, I think the sheer amount of money we're talking about here, which I think has been correctly labelled as obscene, really flouts the democratic process altogether.
I completely disagree with that conclusion. We need to actually spend that amount of money to give ourselves at least an opportunity to have our case heard.
They even use surveillance technology to stop people from taking too much toilet
So
paper.
what is the United Australia Party trying to achieve? At the National Press Club today, Clive Palmer outlined his unorthodox economic vision, proposing to take monetary policy away from the independent Reserve Bank and forcing banks to cap housing interest rates at 3% over the next 5 years.
This is an emergency that we face in this country like any other. In times of war, hardship and the Depression, the government has had to act.
The Queensland businessman denied his political spending spree had anything to do with promoting his own interests.
I just don't think anything I do in politics is about business because it only costs money, it doesn't generate money. It's really about, being able to provide other alternatives for Australians, what we do.
This pitch, as being a real alternative to Labor and the Coalition, attracted retiree Simon Flitcroft to the United Australia Party 3 years ago. After a cold call from a party organiser, he decided to stand as a candidate.
Since we've been talking about dissatisfaction with the two major parties, it was almost like the universe was supplying a potential response.
But the party wasn't what he expected. The candidate for the Brisbane seat of Bonner was disappointed when, after the election, Clive Palmer declared his ultimate aim was to keep Labor out of office.
We were being used as effectively pawns to prop up the LNP. If I thought that I was going out there effectively representing the LNP, I would have wasted my time.
The United Australia Party's only MP is former Liberal backbencher Craig Kelly, who insists his new party is strictly independent. How can we believe the party that it's not really just trying to prop up the LNP, given what Clive Palmer said back in 2019?
Well, we can see that by what we've already said about our preferences, firstly in the Senate, where we have said very clearly that we will not be preferencing the Liberal Party or the Labor Party for that matter at all.
When it comes to lower house preferences, Mr Palmer was giving little away at the National Press Club.
From my personal perspective, I think I'd put the Greens ahead of Liberal and Labor. That's my personal perspective, because they haven't been in government and they haven't been responsible for this debt.
The party this time around is focusing more on libertarian causes, resisting and criticising COVID public health measures that require vaccinations in many workplaces.
When we have governments that adopt vaccine passports, we are no longer free.
Are you seriously saying we don't have freedom here in Australia, or is this a bit of political hyperbole?
Absolutely. I have people talk to me every day that have been thrown out of their jobs, that have been sacked and dismissed from their jobs or stood down because they don't want to go a medical intervention.
What do you think of that shift?
I think it's nothing more than a sly little ploy to gain votes. It's too late. The mandates are in place. They have been legislated. He's bark up the wall.
A narrowing of focus might not necessarily mean fewer votes. The party's attempt to ally itself with small, scattered but highly motivated fringe groups could help spread the message.
And you think, hang on, hundreds of people won't change the outcome of an election. Well, yes, it will if it's amplified enough and done with enough groups out there and the content's targeted specifically at those people.
Last election, the party picked up just under 3.5% of the primary vote and failed to win a seat. But that doesn't mean it's without influence. The party's enormous advertising spend could make it more difficult for government opponents to cut through.
It's very hard for Labor to get space. How do you then obtain space in the media market, the TV networks, the radio networks, the newspaper networks, and even the online networks when you're competing against Clive Palmer?
Clive Palmer's second consecutive record-breaking campaign has prompted calls for federal electoral donor and spending caps.
He's perfectly entitled to do what he likes to do with his own money, and what he's doing, let's be quite clear, is not illegal, and that's because there are no limits on campaign spending and limits on donations. But no man is entitled really to obstruct the democratic process and the proper electoral process, and we should have laws that fetter him from doing so.
Clive Palmer argues his larger-than-life presence in the election campaign is a sign of a healthy democracy.
Democracy means diversity of ideas, and that people have got a right to come forward and say what they think. What matters not is how much money you spend, it's what your solutions are.
The United Australia Party invited Simon Flitcroft to stand again this year. He declined, choosing to spend more time tinkering with his classic cars. You were naive to join the United Australia Party?
I think for somebody to step into a non-major party, there's either got to be passion or naivety, or maybe a little bit of both.
The timing of an election and the choice of candidates don't usually become captive to Australia's highest court, but that is where 2022 has wound up. Laura Tingle's 7:30's chief political correspondent. Laura, what's going on and how does this affect the Prime Minister's options about when he will head to the Governor-General?
Well, the long-running brawl about pre-selections in the Liberal Party lead continues to go on. Today, the High Court agreed to expedite a hearing of an appeal about the pre-selection process. The upshot of that is that it will hear that at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and decide whether it continues onwards. If it did continue onwards, it would throw into question a whole series of pre-selections for the Liberal Party in New South Wales. That obviously affects the Prime Minister's capacity to call an election. There was some speculation he would do that tomorrow. The thinking is now that he will do it on the weekend. And while he would have scope to still call an election with that High Court matter outstanding, it would be a punt that he would have to be hoping that would all be resolved before the nominations closed in about 20 days after the election is called.
It's not just this year's pre-selections that are a feature of the campaign. The Prime Minister's own pre-selection more than a decade ago is still in the news.
That's right. The pre-selection brawl, which was generally regarded as incredibly dirty in 2007 in the seat of Cook, continues to feature. The candidate who initially won the first round of ballots in that pre-selection, Michael Toke, has appeared on the television in the last 24 hours to say that he's rejected a lot of the criticisms that have been made of him. But most significantly, I think Lee has said that a serving cabinet minister has agreed with his assessment, which wasn't particularly attractive, of the Prime Minister's character. So it's sort of just one more iron in the fire or firecracker in the path of the Prime Minister when he's facing this really huge deluge of criticisms of his own management style and character from his own side of politics.
Laura, one constant in every political campaign is the unexpected. Anthony Albanese had a dose of it in the past 24 hours when a punter barreled up to a media conference and attempted to ask a question. The Prime Minister had a dose of it last night too when a pensioner took him to task in a pub. Scott Morrison listened very politely and he gave the man a full 5 minutes of his attention before he wound it up. Let's take a look.
This is what we should do. You've raised two very important issues, one on an immigration matter and one on your...
Yes!
So let's sit down with one of my team.
All right. Now, who can I contact tomorrow?
Yeah, you can sit down with
Hey,
me right
I'm doing
now.
this before the election, mate, because this is two promises that you made. You know another promise that you made?
Okay, well, look, we've had quite a chat.
Hey, yeah.
Laura, politicians and their staffers work overtime to stage manage photo opportunities during election campaigns, but once you're mingling with the public, there are always variables.
There are, the oldest one I remember is poor Tammy Fraser walking through a department store with Malcolm Fraser back in the day, seeing somebody behind her and turning around to shake their hand, only to find out that she was shaking hands with a store dummy. But there have been lots of incidents. Paul Keating famously walked into the wrong pie shop and turned out there wasn't a supporter behind the counter. Malcolm Turnbull found himself talking to somebody with their pet rat. Bill Shorten found himself meeting a resources worker who actually was earning so much money he didn't respect the fact that Bill Shorten wanted to get him to pay more taxes. You know, the public, they're just not very helpful in your election campaign.
Well, the public is the best part of any campaign, I think. The other feature of election campaigns, or the lead up to them really, is that governments will try to do what's known as clearing the decks, and there was a bit of that today.
That's right, clearing the decks, getting rid of embarrassing issues. About 20 asylum seekers were released from detention today, Lee, including 8 from the sort of infamous Park Hotel in Melbourne. Now, you would hope that they were being released for reasons other than it's clearing the decks, but it obviously removes a point of contention, particularly in those seats where coalition MPs are facing challenges from more moderate independents who target the issue of our treatment of asylum seekers amongst a range of other issues.
Laura Tingle, next time we speak, we may well be in an election campaign. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lee.
The Western world is tightening its squeeze on Russia, escalating sanctions as Russia withdraws from Kyiv and concentrates its military assault on the eastern part of the country. Countries in Ukraine's region are understandably extremely tense about where the conflict is headed, none more so than Kosovo, where memories are still very fresh of its war in the 1990s. In 1998, after the breakup of Yugoslavia, Serbia launched an assault against ethnic Albanians living in Kosovo. More than 13,000 people died in the conflict, many of them civilians.
Now they've started moving from village to village, shelling civilians and torching their houses. We've seen innocent people taken from their homes, forced to kneel in the dirt and sprayed with bullets.
International outrage sparked the biggest military intervention by the US and its allies since the Second World War, with NATO launching a sustained aerial bombing campaign. Serbia agreed to withdraw and NATO-led peacekeepers moved in. Kosovo declared itself an independent republic in 2008, but that's disputed by Serbia and its close ally, Russia. Now, in the face of Russia's bloody invasion of Ukraine, Kosovo is seeking urgent NATO membership. Yosa Osmani is the President of the Republic of Kosovo. Madam President, thank you very much for your time this evening. The crisis in Ukraine must bring back very difficult memories for people in Kosovo.
It does. It does bring quite a lot of painful memories. As you know, the people of Kosovo have been victims of genocide, war crimes and crimes against humanity during the 90s as a result of Milosevic's genocidal policy. So what we see happening in Ukraine is definitely a devastating reminder of our past, but also a reminder that justice has still not been delivered for the victims of these crimes. Because we understand, because we've been through that, and because we've also been IDPs and refugees, we have offered our immediate help to the people of Ukraine. We've not only shown solidarity with them, but at the same time, as the first country in the region in the Western Balkans to issue sanctions in full line with the European Union, the United States, and partners like Australia, we have made sure that we take action against Russia. Despite of being a small country, I think during these very difficult times for our continent and the world, we need to stand with each other, no matter big or small.
What do you think are the implications of what's going on in Ukraine for the region and the world more broadly?
Obviously, for our region, first of all, the ramifications and the consequences might be connected to security. As you know, Russia still has a proxy in our region, which is Serbia, a country that has been serving Russian interests for quite some time and has been increasing economic and military cooperation with Russia during these past years to an extent that has become a growing concern, not just for us in the region that are interested in peace and stability and development, but also for our partners around the world.
Is NATO doing enough in this case? They're not doing the same kind of aerial bombardment that they did to assist Kosovo.
They are not doing the same, obviously, because they're not dealing with the same aggressor. They are dealing with Russia right now, one of the biggest nuclear powers, which means that the dangers are much higher than they were in former Yugoslavia at that time, when we all had to fight the butcher of the Balkans, Milosevic. But at the same time, I do believe that allies around the world can still do a lot. We should not forget that the oxygen for this war is Russia's economy. So the sanctions should go tougher. The help for the Ukraine should grow bigger. And there is so much more that can be done in order to help this country, in order to help the brave people of Ukraine so that they can defend their statehood, but most importantly, so that they can defend the innocent people of Ukraine. The images that we saw from Bucha and Irpin and other cities around Ukraine are images and things that we had to go through. We saw hell with our own eyes. So for us, these are, of course, events that are bringing back the memories of a horrendous war. And now that we see another horrendous war happening in the territory of our continent, obviously we try to use our voice around the world to send an important message that never again should not just be a slogan. It should be an action. We should really do everything within our capacities to make sure that we stop the suffering of the people of Ukraine in the face of the unprovoked war that Russia is causing.
The US did announce some additional sanctions today. What are the sanctions that you would like to see in place that you think would be most effective?
I believe that we should close every single hole out there that helps Russia's economy, whether we're talking about the energy sector or the oligarchy that has been running the country for centuries. So we need to make sure that at the same time, the EU, the United States, Australia, and other allies around the world are using a clear language and clear action against other countries who are helping Russia. Because this is not just about Russia, but also other allies that they have found around the world during this time. At the same time, I believe that Ukraine should be helped more with additional weapons, especially with fighter jets, because they need to protect their innocent people who are victims of war crimes, crimes against humanity. And I believe that since the very beginning, Putin has also been showing his intention of genocide. The intention is being shown clearly with the language of so-called denazification, through which he shows that he wants to destroy the people of Ukraine. For that reason, I believe that action is imminent. The world needs to act right now to prevent further suffering of the people of Ukraine.
President Osmani, thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you for having me.
For Australians in rural and regional areas, a new internet medical service is being described as a game changer. The life-saving technology called Telestroke gives specialists access to hospital emergency departments hundreds of kilometres away via real-time video link. Alison Shaw reports.
A stroll down their local beach is a morning ritual for Mark Asper and his wife Anne.
We walk the dogs a lot. I do a lot of work on an acre here. It just shows that you can be totally healthy but have an underlying issue.
The 55-year-old keeps fit and healthy, but one morning late last year, it all changed.
It's like one day I was going along as usual. I was getting up to walk the dogs as we do, to being flat on my back in a hospital, being told that I've had a stroke. Your world changes, yeah. Everything changes.
Mark was sitting fully clothed on the toilet seat. And he just had kind of a bit of a blank expression on his face. And I said, "Are you okay?" And he said, "No, I think something's really wrong."
Marine rescue training meant Anne knew immediately her husband was having a stroke.
It's one of the scarier moments I've ever had in my life. I just remember being grateful for the first aid training that we have.
At Shoalhaven Hospital, Mark connected within minutes to a stroke specialist 250 kilometres away who diagnosed his stroke and prescribed a clot-busting drug.
This had have happened to me a year ago, I may not have received the same help in that manner.
The virtual service is called Telestroke, and Mark says it saved his life.
The fact now that they have the Telestroke service is, I suppose, a game changer, to use a term that's probably overused. It is because you've got about a 4.5 hour window to treat a stroke before the damage can become more permanent in various ways.
Hi, how's it going? Good. Let's have a look at Mark's scans here.
Professor Ken Butcher is spearheading the program.
But if we look at the blood flow images, telestroke is a way of essentially trying to deliver the same level of care to patients in those areas where they've traditionally been deprived of access to that level of care.
Nearly 2,000 patients have been treated through the $22 million program in New South Wales, which by June will be active at 23 hospitals.
You are going to be fine. You are going to come good. We will get you back doing everything you were before, and we will get you home.
So using high definition video and audio on a mobile, what we call workstation on wheels, I'm able to assess a patient. I can talk to them. I can talk to their caregivers who are with them at the time of the stroke in the emergency department, and I can examine them with the help of the local physicians on the ground. It still is an incredible technological feat that I can actually look inside a patient's cranium while they're actually having a stroke and tell you what type of stroke they're having. Mr. Dar, you can open your eyes. Aaron, could you just show me finger, nose?
Doctors say time is critical in stroke emergencies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dar. The faster that we can restore blood flow to a patient's brain who's had a stroke, the better their chances of making a full recovery, rescuing that brain that was otherwise going to be injured.
So stroke is a time-critical medical emergency. The further you are away from a comprehensive stroke treatment centre, the less chance you will have of making a full recovery.
Access to timely treatment is still limited in many parts of regional Australia. The consequences can be lifelong.
Yeah, we obviously missed out on that opportunity because there was no medical intervention here at all. Like 3.5 hours waiting for a locum to rock up to our local hospital was a bloody joke. And the thing is, there's that chance that it could happen again.
Yeah.
And I don't want it to.
Yeah, yeah.
Graham Smith had a stroke over a decade ago in Nanango, and his wife Roshana is now his full-time carer.
Absolutely, they definitely need something like the telestroke because, you know, it comes down to minutes at the end of the day.
After a major health scare, Mark is slowly working back to top condition.
Absolutely nil side effects as far as I'm aware. I wasn't allowed to drive for a month, which has just finished. Just coming to terms with it, I think I try and pinch myself sometimes to think how lucky I am to have had access to a service and so quickly as the telestroke service allows.
With the election expected to be called any tick of the clock, it'll be the start of several weeks of intense election coverage. Until then, however, emerging election analyst Mark Humphreys has profiled the key battleground seats with his co-writer Evan Williams.
Well, it's election time, and there's one question on everybody's lips. What was Will Smith thinking? But the second question, who will win the Australian federal election? Well, if we look at the regional seat of Eagle Boys, we're in for a tight race. Of course, this seat traditionally goes to the candidate with the biggest hat, and this year it's looking to go to preferences, as in which Akubra do you prefer? To the flood-affected region of Deluge. With all the water they've had up there, you'd expect being the guy who doesn't hold a hose would be a positive, but instead we're expecting to see a large number of informal votes against the government, with 61% of voters expected to scrawl the F word on their ballot, 23% the C word, and 16% are undecided between curse word or crude drawing. And if we look at the Liberal Party's campaign material in seats where they're facing a challenge from an independent, we can see a big swing away from the Liberal Party blue logo towards a nameless teal palette. Which party is this man running for? Who knows? Maybe we'll never know. In the beachside electorate of Thong, we can see 31% of voters are expected to rock up to the polling booth in their Speedos, 58% in a wetsuit, and 11%, well, they're just going to let it all hang out. And in the Tasmanian seat of Mona, they're expecting a huge turnout for a local artist candidate who crafted sustainable campaign posters from their own fecal matter. But let's zoom out to see the big picture. If we look at the primary vote, the ALP is polling 38%, Coalition polling 36%, and the Bullet Train for Australia party is steady at 0%, meaning the decision to dissolve the party in 2017 isn't paying dividends just yet. As for name recognition, 94% of Australians are aware of ScoMo, but at this stage, 72% of Australians still believe Albanese is a brand of mid-tier prosciutto. Of course, during the campaign, we're also expecting to see an increase in vox pops to pad out TV election coverage, like this one in a seat where voters are not happy.
I'm not happy.
Just like that. Back to you, Lee.
That's the program for tonight. See you on Monday. Good night.
Throughout this election, we'll leave no political stone unturned.
We have a plan to keep our economy strong.
We'll take you beyond the daily circus to the marginal seats where the election will be won and lost.
Let the people of Australia decide.
And inside the political drama that could affect your vote.
Insiders, Sunday at 9 on ABC and ABC iView.
Sometimes I think I wish I had said nothing. I wish I had turned my back, but that wasn't really an option.
What were the rumours? That there was an interrogation centre at the heliport.
They were scared. They had just had the worst experience they were ever going to have in their life.
They are breaches of international human rights law.
I said, this is going to come back and bite us on the It only takes one or two bad apples to spoil a bunch.
I never want to go back.
Four Corners, Monday, ABC TV and ABC iView. Wednesday, there's a brand new moral dilemma.
What if you didn't need a womb to make a baby? Even when birth goes in a straightforward way, is it barbaric?
Oh, ladies.
The panel will labour over the good.
There were things about it that were really lovely.
The bad.
The worst experience I've ever had.
And unusual aspects of childbirth.
I felt like a little funny sensation. The cat.
Tomorrow tonight, Wednesday at 9 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Inside the secret world of Israel's ultra-Orthodox. While men worship, wives are expected to serve.
We'll meet some of the men who feel they should never have to work.
אני מכוון להיות בן אדם שיודע ותשאל אותי בכל הלכה שלא יהיה בארון ואני אוכל לענות לך, זה החלום שלי.
But the pressure is mounting for them to adopt modern ways.
A culture war between Jews themselves.
Foreign correspondent next Thursday at 8 on ABC and ABC iView.
Meet the community of artists working tiny.
That looks good to me.
In a land of big.
1916, please.
Recreating history.
How do you move a zoo?
On a small scale.
What do you reckon happened here?
Kind of been a hobby gone wrong in a way.
Join professional miniaturist Joanne Buzjanis-Selick and tiny enthusiast Jimmy Reese on a journey through time and space.
Inglorious miniature.
Tiny Oz starts April 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView. Basketball's best are booming to the finals. Stream every electrifying play live on ABC iView.
What a statement.
The WNBL Finals. Stream all finals live on ABC iView.
Hardline Islamists, the Prime Minister told
Would have been great role models.
the city has been in lockdown.
The early hours.
Ukrainians defend their homes and their country and push back the invading forces. Allies are also supporting and stepping up humanitarian aid and financial support. We discussed what more we will do, including cyber security assistance and providing equipment to help Ukraine protect against chemical and biological threats.
And that was NATO's Secretary General speaking just moments ago. And I'd like to take you now to NATO, to our Terry Schultz, who is covering the foreign ministers meeting there. Terry, Ukraine has been pressing NATO for more weapons. Are NATO allies prepared to deliver arms to Ukraine?
Secretary General Stoltenberg says they are. He said that in these meetings, they assured Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba from Ukraine that they would be providing more support. As you know, when he arrived at this meeting, he asked for more heavy weaponry, warplanes, which as of now have not been delivered despite being promised. So he is looking for heavy equipment to replace what's been taken out by Russia's onslaught on his country. And Secretary General Stoltenberg would not give details, nor did Minister Kuleba, about what exactly would be coming, simply reassuring.
And we're going to pull out of that. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is holding a press conference right now at NATO HQ. Let's take a listen.
Principles necessary to maintaining international peace and security. Together, we are sustaining and building on our support for Ukraine. Security, humanitarian, economic. Together, we're sustaining and building on pressure on the Kremlin and its enablers, including with unprecedented sanctions. Together, we're bolstering the defense of NATO itself, including by hardening our eastern flank. Just over the past 48 hours, I've had an opportunity to meet with my NATO counterparts. For the first time ever, foreign ministers from the United States Indo-Pacific allies, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea, participated as a group in a NATO ministerial. Ministers from Georgia, from Finland, from Sweden, and Ukraine also took part, as did the European Union's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Joseph Borrell. In addition, I met with my counterparts from the G7, the world's leading democratic economies. The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression. Countries that recognize Moscow isn't just attacking one country, but the entire international rules-based order. The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, a Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person, Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. In Mudajin, the body of the 50-year-old mayor, Ola Suhenko, was found in a shallow grave, along with her hands bound, alongside the bodies of her husband and son. They were last seen alive, being taken away by Russian soldiers. In Kharkiv, a woman was sheltering in a school with her 5-year-old daughter and neighbors when a Russian soldier picked her out and forced her to accompany him to an empty classroom. He cut her face and neck with a knife, threatened to kill her, and raped her repeatedly at gunpoint. With each day, more and more credible reports of rape, killings, torture are emerging. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now. Here's what we're doing together with our allies and partners to stop this aggression, to stand with Ukraine and hold accountable those who are responsible. First, we continue to work in close coordination with allies and partners to raise the costs on the Russian government for its aggression. Yesterday, we announced new sanctions on Russia's largest financial institution and one of its largest private banks, on 21 members of Russia's National Security Council, on the adult children of President Putin. President Biden also signed an executive order prohibiting new investment in Russia by any person in the United States. The European Union is also actively considering robust new measures, including bans on Russian coal, on Russian vessels accessing EU ports, on transactions with 4 key financial institutions. Second, the United States continues to work at an unprecedented pace to help Ukraine defend itself. Last Friday, the Department of Defense announced $300 million in new security assistance. On Tuesday, I authorized an additional $100 million to meet Ukraine's urgent needs for more Javelin anti-armor systems. This will bring total U.S. security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's invasion in February to over $1.7 billion and over $2.4 billion since January of last year. More than 30 countries have joined us in delivering security assistance to Ukraine, aid that our Ukrainian partners are putting to very effective use, as we see in the Kremlin's retreat from Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities and towns. Today, I met again with my colleague and friend Dmytro Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, to discuss how we can continue to provide Ukraine's courageous defenders with what they need to keep pushing Russia back. Third, we continue to provide significant aid to address the acute humanitarian crisis caused by the Kremlin's war. More than a quarter of Ukraine's population, over 11 million people, have been displaced. That's roughly equal to displacing the entire population of Belgium, the country we're in now, in the space of 6 weeks. President Biden announced that the U.S. government is prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new humanitarian assistance to those affected by Russia's war of aggression. That comes on top of $293 million we provided in 2022 alone to vulnerable communities in the region, including to neighboring countries that have opened their arms and opened their homes to 4 million Ukrainian refugees. The global harm caused by the Kremlin's aggression is growing, including the disruption it's caused to the production and distribution of wheat in Ukraine, on which so many countries rely, something that I heard about and saw firsthand just a week ago when we were in, among other places, Morocco and Algeria. In Africa, where a quarter of the population is now facing a food security crisis, Russia's war of choice has raised the costs of basic staples, worsening the hardship that people were already feeling. So at the G7, we discussed in some detail ways that we can mitigate the war's impact on the most vulnerable people around the world. Fourth, the United States continues to work methodically to collect, to preserve, to analyze evidence of atrocities, and to make this information available to the appropriate bodies. We're supporting a multinational team of experts that's assisting a war crimes unit set up by Ukraine's Prosecutor General with a view toward eventually pursuing criminal accountability. These efforts will also ensure that Russia cannot escape the verdict of history. Just moments ago, as I was coming into this room, I learned that UN member states had come together once again to condemn Russia's aggression and suspend it from the Human Rights Council. A country that's perpetrating gross and systematic violations of human rights should not sit on a body whose job it is to protect those rights. Today, a wrong was righted. Fifth, we discussed ways we can shore up the collective security of our NATO allies. As the President has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. We now have 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. NATO's established 4 new multinational battle groups in Romania, in Hungary, Bulgaria, Slovakia, in addition to those already in Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, to reinforce our eastern flank. Sixth, we discussed the additional support that NATO allies can provide to partners like Bosnia and Herzegovina and Georgia, who are most vulnerable to Russian aggression and threats, from cybersecurity to combating disinformation. Finally, we discussed at length a new NATO strategic concept. This is the public blueprint for how the alliance will continue to safeguard transatlantic security in what is a rapidly changing landscape. We'll release that document at the NATO summit in Madrid in June. President Putin thought, among other things, that he would weaken and divide NATO. This strategic concept will make clear that NATO is in fact stronger, it's more united, it's more capable of addressing 21st century threats. And I can say unequivocally from my discussions with many colleagues here in recent days, colleagues from around the globe, the revulsion at what the Russian government is doing is palpable. There's a greater determination than ever to stand with Ukraine, to shore up and revitalize the international order that Moscow is trying to upend, to bring to bear even greater costs on the Russian government, to ensure that people are held accountable for their crimes. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions. We will start with Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal.
Ned. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. 2 questions, if you'll indulge me. UK Foreign Minister Liz Truss said today that allies have agreed to help Ukrainian forces move from their Soviet-era equipment to NATO standard equipment on a bilateral basis. She used very specific language there. And so is the U.S. going to match that pledge? And if so, can you tell me a little bit about the timeline, when you plan on doing that? Second question is, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Kuleba said today that as long as the West continues buying Russian gas or oil, it is supporting the Russian war machine. That's a direct quote. Are you pressing Europeans to commit to a timeline, a more aggressive timeline, for banning Russian oil and gas? Thank you.
Great. Thanks. So on the first question, first, as you know, and as I said, we have been individually as the United States and collectively as partners, more than 30 countries, providing to Ukraine the weapons and systems that we believe it can use most effectively and that it needs to push back against Russian aggression. And we're not going to let anything stand in the way of getting Ukrainians what they need and what we believe can be effective. So we're looking across the board right now, not only at what we've provided and continue to provide, but whether there are additional systems that would make a difference and that we could provide them. And we're doing that in close consultation with the Ukrainians, as well as with allies and partners. On the energy situation, so we've seen over many years a dependence build up in Europe on Russian gas, especially, as well as on Russian oil. And I think what I'm hearing very clearly is a commitment to end that dependence. We've seen again and again Russia use energy as a weapon, as political leverage, and of course, the proceeds that it gets from the sale of its energy is now, yes, helping to fuel its aggression against Ukraine. And my strong sense is that Europeans are very much committed, as I said, to ending that dependence. But it's also not like flipping a light switch. You have to do it methodically. You have to put in place the necessary alternatives. The United States is doing a great deal to help in that regard. As you know, for this winter alone, we've worked to make sure that there were sufficient supplies, for example, of LNG, to compensate for any losses from decreased sales of Russian energy or a cutoff in Russian energy. Going forward, you heard President Biden talk about this a couple of weeks ago. When he was here, we're committed to increasing the supply of LNG. Other countries are taking steps to increase supplies of different kinds of energy. And as I said, Europeans seem committed to moving forward on this. I think it also tells us how imperative it is that we accelerate the transition to renewables. And we can, I think, and Europe can make a virtue out of necessity, not only by moving away from Russian energy, from Russian gas and oil, but moving toward sustainable energy and toward renewables. But it's a process. It takes time. But my strong sense is that Europe is committed to doing that. Thanks.
Missy Ryan, Washington Post.
Two questions for you. Foreign Minister Kuleba also today said that as Russia prepares for its concentrated offensive in eastern Ukraine, that Kyiv needs new kinds of weapons and more weapons in days, not weeks, or else more people will die. Has the United States committed, or will the United States commit to providing new kinds of weaponry to Ukraine within that time frame? And then the second question for you, do you believe that the apparent Russian atrocities revealed in Bucha and in other parts of Ukraine make it harder to attain a negotiated settlement to the war? Thanks.
So, Missy, again, on the weapons, we've been doing this, all along. By the way, the provision of weapons to Ukraine to defend itself against Russian aggression, President Biden moved out on that aggressively many, many months before the aggression took place because of our concern that Russia was planning and preparing for it. We did an initial drawdown. The president instructed back at the end of last summer, another one in December, and then, of course, many since the aggression. So one of the reasons that Ukrainians have been able to be so effective in pushing back this Russian aggression, of course, it starts with their extraordinary courage, but it's also because they already had in hand the weapons necessary to do that. And then since the aggression, we have repeatedly and continuously, along with many allies and partners, supplied them with the most effective systems that we believe they need to deal with the armored vehicles, to deal with the tanks, to deal with the planes, to deal with the helicopters. But as I just said, we are looking at day in, day out, what we believe they most need, to include new systems that have not heretofore been provided. We're listening to them in terms of their assessment of what they need. We're putting that all together, and we're proceeding. And we have a strong sense of urgency. That was something that I think was felt among all allies and partners here today. When it comes to Bucha, the atrocities, the war crimes, accountability in and of itself is absolutely necessary. And we've seen this in past conflicts where atrocities have been committed, where war crimes have been committed, and where we have determined to get the evidence, get the facts, build the case. We've been able to do that, and sometimes it's taken a long time. The conflicts have come to an end, often through diplomacy. Accountability is continued. Sometimes it's actually not come to a conclusion until many years after the conflict's ended, but it has. And one day, one way, there will be accountability.
Does Bucha make it harder to reach a negotiated settlement?
The Russians will have to decide if they want to meaningfully engage in diplomacy and in negotiations. The Ukrainians have made clear that repeatedly that they're prepared to do that, but they've heard nothing from the Russians suggesting that they're serious about it. I don't think, in a sense, Bucha has anything to do with that. It has everything to do with what President Putin's calculus is, what he decides. What we can do about it, and what we are doing about it, is making sure that the Ukrainians have everything that they need to defend themselves and also strengthen their hand in any negotiation, that we make sure that we're keeping the pressure on Russia and indeed increasing that pressure through unprecedented sanctions, and as well that we shore up NATO's defenses to take away any notion in Russia's mind of extending the aggression being committed against Ukraine to a NATO country.
Nick Schifrin, PBS.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Der Spiegel and others are reporting that German intelligence picked up over open lines Russian soldiers specifically talking about indiscriminately killing civilians. Can you confirm that the West has recordings of Russian soldiers talking about that? But the larger question is, what does it say? The Russian soldiers were apparently discussing this over open communications. And one on diplomacy. In the lead up to the war, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov either lied to you or didn't know what he was talking about. Can you deal with him in the future? And the connected question today is, European capitals are evicting Russian officials. Will the U.S. follow? Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. I can't comment on the specific report that you're referring to, but what I can say is this, because we've said it before. We said before Russia committed this aggression that if it did, part of its campaign plan was to inflict atrocities, was to target individuals, was to commit the kinds of crimes that we're now seeing, to terrorize civilian populations. And so this, as we saw it, was part of the game plan all along. Now, horrifically, the world is seeing it as we see what happens in Bucha. And I've described it as there's a strange thing going on in the sense that, look, our TV screens have been filled for the last 42, 43 days with images coming out of Ukraine. Thanks to incredibly courageous Ukrainians who are filming things on their smartphones, and incredibly courageous reporters who stayed in Ukraine and are trying to bring this to the world. And yet, sometimes this constant flow of images almost normalizes and trivializes things to the point that people kind of see it as something that's in the background and don't respond to it. But then, something so stark, so outrageous emerges, like Bucha, that it hits people. And again, to me, it's like we've seen as the Ukrainians have pushed back this Russian tide, we see with the tide receding what's left behind, and that is horrific death and destruction. With regard to diplomacy, look, there are diplomats from various countries that one deals with in the course of doing your job who occasionally have, or more than occasionally have, an adversarial relationship with the truth. That's part of the job.
And the Russian officials, will the U.S. follow European moves?
We are always looking at this, and we'll continue to do so.
We'll take a final question from Terry Schultz.
And for viewers just joining us, a very warm welcome. You're watching our special live coverage of the NATO foreign ministers meeting. And we just heard from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who finished speaking after the NATO foreign ministers meeting, declaring that the U.S. is determined to raise costs for Russia for its aggressions. And he also added that the U.S. wants to shore up the alliance even more. We've got lots to unpack, but we've got you covered. Here with me in the studio is Michaela Kufner, and joining us from the U.S. is Inez Pohl, DW's bureau chief in Washington. Inez, the Secretary of State determined to keep up the pressure on Russia.
Right, he did so with, for him, a pretty emotional speech. Leila, he's known for being normally fairly stoic, but he started his speech with describing very precisely and kind of emotional the horrors from Bucha. He talked about single cases. He talked about the amount of people getting killed. He talked about that 1/4 of the country is displaced already. So he really set the tone for this press conference. And then he kind of reflected, I think, the mood of this whole day by saying there is a strong sense of urgency. And this comes after the foreign minister Kuleba said we need weapons, weapons, weapons. And this is another thing he really stressed in his speech, as you just said, Laila. He underlined the deep commitment of the United States, but also of the global broad coalition, really to keep standing by Ukraine and delivering everything possible. The brave, I'm quoting him here, the brave Ukrainians who are fighting the Russians. So a strong commitment to not only provide weapons and money, but also help with humanitarian aid, because after the images we all saw, I think that is so obviously that this is a huge humanitarian crisis.
A huge humanitarian crisis. Well, on that theme, Michaela, we've got some breaking news from the UN that just made a very decisive decision.
Yes, the UN General Assembly voted in favor of excluding Russia from the Human Rights Council. It was quite a clear majority in favor of that, 93 to 24, with 58 abstentions. And this is quite clear symbolism. And we have since seen Ukraine thank for this international move. And it highlights what Antony Blinken was mentioning there, that there are more and more countries who are taking a stance for Ukraine over this war of aggression. We also saw a direct exchange almost of the Ukrainian ambassador to the United Nations, who cited Elie Wiesel, an Auschwitz survivor, saying that indifference is always on the side of the aggressor. It is always against the victims. And on the other hand, we saw Russia's ambassador accuse the world of human rights colonialism, seeing this as a US scheme to have more global control. So it really feels like Cold War rhetoric there. And it also shows the stance Russia has towards any kind of investigation of the evidence of atrocities that we're seeing.
All right. And Ines, just some final thoughts, because we're nearing the end of the show. What kind of effect have these images had in the US, these images coming out of Bucha?
Well, the mood here really has changed, and we just got the latest poll from the Pew Research Center. I'm looking up the figures here. So 7 in 10 Americans now really see Russia as the enemy and applaud the stance the Biden administration is taking against Russia. And it's interesting that the Senate just passed a bill. It's called Lend-Lease, that stripes down all kind of bureaucratical hurdles for Biden. So the support is really growing with the incoming images.
Right. So we're ending this show with the UN General Assembly voting to expel Russia from its Human Rights Council. Thank you so much both for your coverage. And with that, we'll catch you in a couple of minutes.
A young couple on a mission.
It's a really daunting and high-stakes project. They're in the middle of nowhere out here.
Braving extreme weather and isolation.
And there have been moments where I've told Reese that I'm not sure if we can keep going.
To help turn around our extinction crisis.
It was a moment for a high five because we'd finally hit that goal.
We need these animals back in this desert. Big projects like this show we can do it.
Australian Story, Monday on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Sometimes I think I wish I had said nothing. I wish I had turned my back, but that wasn't really an option.
What were the rumours?
That there was an interrogation centre at the heliport.
They were scared. They had just had the worst experience they were ever going to have in their life.
They are breaches of international human rights law.
I said, this is going to come back and bite us on the It only takes 1 or 2 bad apples to spoil a bunch.
I never want to go back.
Four Corners, Monday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
Throughout this election, we'll leave no political stone unturned.
We have a plan to keep our economy strong.
We'll take you beyond the daily circus to the marginal seats where the election will be won and lost.
Let the people of Australia decide.
And inside the political drama that could affect your vote.
Insiders, Sunday at 9 on ABC and ABC iView.
Basketball's best are booming to the finals. Stream every electrifying play live on ABC iView.
What a statement.
The WNBL Finals. Stream all finals live on ABC iView. Meet the community of artists working tiny.
That looks good to me.
In a land of big.
1916, please.
Recreating history.
How do you move a zoo?
On a small scale.
What do you reckon happened here?
Kind of been a hobby gone wrong in a way.
Join professional miniaturist Joanne Buzianis-Selick and tiny enthusiast Jimmy Reese on a journey through time and space.
Inglorious miniature.
Tiny Oz starts April 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Economic growth family had never lost live performance.
Courting a date. The Prime Minister edges closer to calling the election but runs into a High Court snag. Harrowing details emerge of the treatment of civilians by Russian forces in Ukraine. Residents told to get out, several evacuation orders in place across Sydney's south and southwest as heavy rain lashes the city and surrounds. And get your motor running. The Australian Formula One Grand Prix gets underway after 3 years in the pits.
From the NDIS would not be suggesting that somebody's program or package was not being given to them because it wasn't value for money.
And that's all we have time for. Please thank our terrific panel this evening: Steph Tisdall, Claire O'Neill, Gideon Rosner, Samantha Madden and Anne Ruston. You've all been fantastic, thank you, really good. And thanks for your questions, and thank you to you at home as well for watching. Next week, Stan Grant will join you live from Sydney, and you can join me on Mornings tomorrow on ABC Melbourne. I hope you'll get up nice and early and do that. Until then, good night, go well.
A young couple on a mission.
It's a really daunting and high-stakes project. They're in the middle of nowhere out here.
Braving extreme weather and isolation.
And there have been moments where I've told Reese that I'm not sure if we can keep going.
To help turn around our extinction crisis.
It was a moment for a high five because we'd finally hit that goal.
We need these animals back in this desert. Big projects like this show we can do it.
Australian Story, Monday on ABC TV and ABC iView.
You can see the bullet holes all over the wall.
It's the show where anything can happen.
We are taking back the power.
As we get closer to the separatists, the military is on alert.
This is the latest murder to have happened here.
2 ABC powerhouses in one night.
All the big issues, no small talk.
To tell the best stories.
Reconnecting you to the rest of the world.
From home and right across the globe.
We've been allowed here to witness an extraordinary awakening.
Foreign Correspondent, followed by Q&A. Thursdays from 8 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
The path cleared for the Prime Minister to call the federal election, but the question is when. At least 30 killed and more than 100 injured in a missile strike at a Ukrainian train station. Another life lost to flooding. Sydney takes stock a day after being smashed by heavy rain yet again. Hello, Brianna Shepherd with ABC News. Scott Morrison is expected to use this weekend to call an election after the Prime Minister avoided a last-minute complication. Australia's highest court has decided it won't intervene in a bitter dispute over New South Wales Liberal Party pre-selections. Here's political editor Andrew Probyn.
Star power on the campaign trail. Australian culinary icon Maggie Beer alongside the Labor leader.
Nutrition is so important, but so is pleasure.
The acclaimed Cook's Foundation has been promised $5 million to help improve food in aged care.
Oh, that's me.
Anthony Albanese's South Australian pit stop as the nation waits for the Prime Minister to call the election.
I feel like putting in a phone call to the Prime Minister if he doesn't know where the Governor-General lives and offer him a lift to the lodge.
The Governor-General actually lives here at Government House.
The last election was on the 18th of May, and the next election will be held at about the same time. Well, you'll know very soon.
How soon?
Very soon.
How soon? Monday?
You'll know when I'm announcing it.
Scott Morrison was in Victoria in 2 Labor-held seats, the marginal seat of Corangamite outside Geelong and McEwen north of Melbourne.
Beautiful kitchen.
Old-style campaigning mixed with new lines of attack.
I know that not every government is perfect, particularly in times like this. But what I also know is I know who I am, and I know what I'm about.
His argument, you might not like me, but at least you know me.
They don't know anything about Labor because Labor haven't told them.
Enough. Call the election, let the Australian people decide.
Whoever wins in May will have to contend with rising interest rates, the big banks forecasting at least 4 rate rises by year's end, adding hundreds of dollars to monthly mortgage repayments.
What it does is emphasise the need for a plan to take pressure off the cost of living, not for the period of the election campaign, which is what this government's got, but permanently.
How you manage a strong economy, that is the best way to keep mortgage rates as low as we possibly can.
The long wait for the PM to name the election date will soon be over. The High Court this afternoon threw out a bid to challenge a dozen Liberal pre-selections in New South Wales, preserving Scott Morrison's captain's picks. So expect an announcement Sunday, ending what's been a long faux campaign to kick off the real thing. Andrew Probyn, ABC News, Canberra.
At least 30 people have been killed and more than 100 injured in a missile strike at a train station in Ukraine's east. Local officials say thousands of civilians were at the station trying to evacuate. Europe correspondent Isabella Higgins joins me from Kiev. Isabella, what do we know?
Well, Brianna, we know that this attack likely won't just cause death and destruction, but a major disruption to evacuation efforts in that part of the country. Now, this was one of the few railway stations that was still operating in the eastern part of the country. So in recent days, we had seen thousands and thousands of people come there trying to make their way to safer ground. Now, this attack on this rail station follows a pattern of behaviour. Yesterday, we also saw an airstrike on railway infrastructure in the Kharkiv region that blocked many evacuation trains making their way to the central and western part of Ukraine. We've also seen in Mariupol, the besieged port city, that Russian forces have stopped Red Cross teams from getting in. So what does this mean? It means now that sadly, many people have lost their life, but also that those huge evacuation efforts have been slowed down. And this comes as in the north of the country, people assess the damage, while in the east of the country, people prepare for this fresh offensive.
Before the destruction, before the massacres, Russian armour rolled into Bucha. No one knew the horror they would bring. It's a glimpse of what the town on the outskirts of Kiev looked like before the killing started. More than a week after the withdrawal of Russian forces, bodies are still being recovered.
Today, we've collected 17 bodies.
In towns around the capital, the human toll is still being counted.
In Kiev region, we found 650 dead bodies. From them, it is 40 dead bodies, only kids.
War crimes, crimes against humanity, and claims it's something even worse.
I would say in Berkshire they may even go further. It's unclear at the moment, but there are indications there of genocide.
The small village of Andrivka is yet another place to have the misfortune of being on Russia's road to Kyiv. Lubov Kamenko says many here still don't know if their loved ones are dead or alive.
I heard there were 47 people. Some of them are missing and can't be found so far. Some of them have been murdered. All of them are young people.
It's hard to comprehend the scale of devastation here. And when you talk to villagers, you get the sense that the rest of the world knows more about this war than they do. Many have had no communication, they don't know where their family and friends are, and many don't know where the Russian advance has moved to.
And as Russia pivots to the east, NATO members meeting in Brussels are working to get Ukraine more weapons.
We have a strong sense of urgency. Either you help us now, and I'm speaking about days, not weeks, or your help will come too late.
Officials say Russian forces are quickly amassing its army here in the Donbass. Ukrainian troops are digging in for a long battle. NATO Secretary-General has told the ABC a protracted war is a possibility.
We need to realise that there is a risk that this will last for months or even years. We also see no indications that President Putin has changed his goal of taking control over Ukraine.
Towns in Ukraine's east are clearing out as they come under Russian attack. There are warnings that an escalation of war in the Donbass isn't far off.
If they try to take this position, I'll kill them. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. Those are the rules of war.
But morale is high, even with the knowledge of what they know is coming. Isabella Higgins, ABC News, Kyiv.
A man has become the 13th person to die in floods in New South Wales this year after becoming trapped in floodwaters southwest of Sydney. Police divers recovered the man's body from inside his submerged van. It's the third time the area has been flooded in recent months. Across the Sydney Basin, more than 1,200 people have been evacuated from their homes, with river levels expected to peak overnight.
It is heartbreaking. It's been a very tough storm season, one of the toughest in recent memory. We're just urging those communities to bear with us.
The Bureau of Meteorology is forecasting above average rainfall for April, with further flooding likely. Nearly 1.5 million Australians are out of work or can't get the hours they want, despite the unemployment rate nearing its lowest level in half a century. The budget was supposed to bring the cost of living down, but it's not doing much for those locked out of the labour market. And there's been a significant increase in the number of people relying on welfare payments to survive.
Ashley Stevenson lost her job 8 years ago and is still without work, despite applying for hundreds of roles.
You have to make choices between medicine, rent and food. Choices that in Australia you shouldn't have to make.
She's spent the last 2 years without a permanent place to sleep.
When I was renting, I couldn't afford haircuts. I had to go without 7 meals in order to afford a haircut so I could go to an interview.
She's one of nearly 1.5 million people who can't find a job or the hours they want.
In a period where we've had COVID, there's been a huge amount of extra unpaid care work that predominantly women have had to take up. But then also we've seen a changing nature in the kind of work that's available and the increase in casualisation.
Although the official jobless rate is nearing its lowest level in half a century, there are now more people relying on unemployment payments to survive than there were before the pandemic, even if some of them also work part-time. And public policy lecturer Elise Klein says more Australians than ever are holding down 2 jobs.
It signals that the quality of the jobs out there are not in track with what people need to keep up with the cost of living.
The pre-election budget was supposed to be about bringing the cost of living down, but for Australians trapped in precarious work or locked out of the labour market, it's done little to help them. Keeping up with rising prices is a struggle for single dad Jerry Andrews. He lost his job during the pandemic and took a 40% pay cut when he found a new one.
Being a single dad of 3 teenagers, it's not easy. You just have to make ends meet. Often I have done odd jobs apart from my full-time job.
Doing anything he can to get by. Gareth Hutchins, ABC News.
Police are investigating after United Australia Party leader Craig Kelly was egged during a rally in Melbourne. Mr Kelly was holding a campaign event in South Yarra when a woman cracked an egg on the top of his head. Police allege 2 women involved in the assault were also part of another incident soon after. Mr Kelly was not injured and a spokesperson says he'll be back on the campaign trail tomorrow. The stage has been set for the AFLW Grand Final at Adelaide Oval, where Melbourne is out to vanquish the hometown heroes and win its first premiership. The Crows hope to lift the silverware for the 3rd time, and both coaches are tipping a high-quality contest in front of a huge crowd.
The 4th Grand Final in 6 years for the Crows, the 1st for the Demons. The Grand Final is shaping up as a game of contrasts.
At the end of the day, we've got 2 amazing sides, 2 amazing teams with a lot of stars and a lot of young talent from both sides. So it's going to be a great contest.
The Demons' Daisy Pearce believes her team's ability to grind out victories and win from behind this season has been good preparation, but they won't be awed by the Crows' finals record.
You're going to go out there and give it your absolute all, and I think those girls have been a big part of that, and I don't think they'll be intimidated.
The Crows will add to that experience. Eloise Jones and Najwa Allen return from suspension and come into the side along with 3-gamer Jasmine Hewitt to face the unchanged D's.
The last 24 hours is just sort of making sure that the group's in that good space, which I'm pretty sure they will be, and then sort of feet on the desk and sit back and enjoy the ride.
Each side has 3 wins against the other in past encounters, the Crows emerging victorious by 4 points in January.
There's a good feeling about being involved in the last week of the season, and I really do think we're ready now. And despite the pain of previous seasons, it's got us to where we are now, and we're ready.
Jessica Marboy is the half-time entertainment and has her own pre-match workout.
Maybe I'll kick this ball around in the green room, perhaps. Do a bit of laps, maybe. Get a sweat on.
The league's hoping free public transport could see a crowd of up to 30,000 at the game. Chris McLaughlin, ABC News, Adelaide.
And that's ABC News. I'm Brianna Shepherd. It's been a pleasure having your company. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to Pacific Power. I'm Jeremy Fernandez. There are fears a new pact between Beijing and the Solomon Islands could undermine security in the South Pacific and potentially give China the ability to build a military base in our backyard. Coming up, we investigate how the deal sent shockwaves across the oceans and get reaction from Canberra, Beijing, Port Moresby and Honiara. plus expert analysis on the shifting geopolitical situation. Australia is still working out how to respond to an increasingly crowded Pacific while keeping regional tensions in check. But the US and Western allies are worried it could become a theatre of conflict and undermine our relationship with our neighbours.
China's influence in the South Pacific has grown rapidly in the last decade. More countries in the region are forming alliances and signing development and aid deals with Beijing. Now a possible security agreement between China and Solomon Islands has some countries, especially Australia, worried.
The security pact between China and Solomon Islands ringing alarm bells.
An emerging threat on our nation's doorstep.
What is the real big worry here?
How concerned should we be?
It is a cause of great concern, as some foreign policy watchers have described it. It's Australia's greatest nightmare.
So what's got Australia and its allies so alarmed about China's alliance with Solomon Islands? Recently, leaked documents showed a new security agreement could see Chinese personnel and equipment stationed in the country, which lies about 2,000 kilometres northeast of Australia.
That is our backyard, that is our neighbourhood, and we are very concerned of any activity that is taking place in the Pacific Islands.
And a reminder of the constant pressure and threats that present in our region to our own national security.
We do not want to see the militarisation of the Pacific.
But why does Australia see China having a military presence in the region as concerning? Essentially, it's about world order. China has emerged as the great rival of Australia's traditional strategic ally, the US. But Solomon Islands Prime Minister Manasseh Sogavare said the backlash to his country's security agreement with China was insulting, and there were no plans to ask Beijing to build a military base in the country.
We find it very insulting, Mr. Speaker, to be branded as unfit to manage our sovereign affairs or have other motives in pursuing our national interests.
In recent years, Solomon Islands, like many countries in the South Pacific, has been seeking closer ties to China. In 2019, Solomon Islands struck a new diplomatic deal with Beijing and ended its 36-year relationship with Taiwan. When Honiara announced the deal, Taipei responded by closing its embassy and flying its staff out of the country. You might wonder why a country like Solomon Islands can't have diplomatic ties with both China and Taiwan. This is because of long-standing tensions between the two. Essentially, China sees Taiwan as a breakaway province that will eventually need to be reunified, while Taiwan sees itself as a democracy. Taiwan has worked hard to create alliances in the Pacific, but China has been winning over many of Taiwan's allies and encouraging them to adopt the One China policy. Countries who acknowledge the policy do not have an official diplomatic relationship with Taiwan. The Pacific has traditionally been a stronghold for Taiwan, but with Solomon Islands and Kiribati switching ties in 2019, only 4 countries in the region, Marshall Islands, Nauru, Tuvalu and Palau, still maintain diplomatic ties to Taiwan. Many see increased financial aid as key to what China is offering Solomon Islands. When Solomon Islands switched allegiance to China, some US $500 million was reportedly promised by Beijing. This was a lot more than Taiwan promised. Between 2011 and 2017, Taipei reportedly spent US $105 million in the Solomons. At the time, China said it could offer the country unrivaled opportunities.
We're convinced that the establishment and development of diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China, the world's second largest economy with more than 1.4 billion people and a bright future, will surely bring unprecedented development opportunities for the Solomon Islands.
This deal is one of many examples of what's known as China's Belt and Road Initiative, a global development strategy to create trade routes and increase Chinese influence around the world. But back in Solomon Islands, not everyone has been happy about Beijing's growing influence. Last year, violent protests broke out in the capital Honiara, and they were in part linked to foreign policy. Many local Chinese-owned businesses were targeted in the protests.
The deepening rift between Malata and the central government has been spurred on by accusations the government isn't doing enough to develop their region, and by the government's 2019 decision to end relations with Taiwan and switch to China.
To help quell the violence, Australia sent troops and police officers to Solomon Islands. Prime Minister Sogavare requested the assistance as part of the existing security agreement between Canberra and Honiara. China has also sent police to Solomon Islands to train local officers, a move Australian officials are watching closely. Tensions on the streets of Honiara have calmed, and Solomon Islands Prime Minister continues to defend the alliance with China.
The fact that some people believe that there are countries, that small independent sovereign states like Solomon Islands should not extend their diplomatic relations to include security arrangements, because that is a threat to the national security while they enjoy such relationship. We find that very, very difficult to swallow.
If the Pacific nation goes ahead with the planned security deal, any next move by Australia will likely be aimed at countering China's influence in the region.
Australia's Minister for the Pacific, Zed Seseldra, doesn't want an authoritarian regime in the Pacific's security environment. And he joins me now. Senator, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Jeremy.
How concerned are you, or how suspicious are you, that there's more than meets the eye with China's intentions in the South Pacific?
Well, it is concerning, and obviously we've seen, I guess, a fairly aggressive posture from China in the region in recent times. We've seen that in the South China Sea. And so obviously we want to see peace and prosperity here in Australia and indeed in our region. And so as we've engaged with the region, as we've engaged with China, that has been the message that we've had. We obviously are still willing to continue dialogue with China. That hasn't been where we would like it to be in recent times, and we're all aware of some of the reasons for that. But fundamentally, when we look to the Pacific, we look for their prosperity as well as the peace and prosperity and security of Australia and the region.
The thing is, China's growing influence in the region is not unforeseen. So does this amount to a diplomatic failure by Australia?
Well, no. I mean, in the end, sovereign nations will make sovereign decisions, but we have been engaging very, very strongly with the region, including the Solomon Islands. We have stepped up our engagement when it comes to whether it's our aid budget, whether it's our people-to-people links, whether it is our security links, and in the Solomon Islands in particular. We have demonstrated just in the last few months just what a reliable partner we are when the Solomon Islands was facing difficulties with riots and unrest. It was Australia they turned to first, and within 24 hours of that request, we had our AFP and ADF on the ground. They remain there. And I would say, even in the context of this discussion around this draft agreement between the Solomon Islands and the People's Republic of China, we have heard messages from the Solomon Islands government making it very clear that Australia remains the partner of choice. Now, that does not mean that we don't have ongoing and remaining concerns, and we are raising those concerns about this security agreement. But in terms of the level of our effort, in terms of the way we have stepped up, the way we respond to disasters, to unrest or other issues in the region, we are the partner of choice, and I think that is for good reason.
And despite that, this is where we find ourselves. That's got to amount to failure at some level, doesn't it?
Well, look, you know, there will be those who will try and claim that is the case. But when it comes to some of our political opponents in Australia who have said that, the Labor Party, they've said it's because of climate change. That is a complete misreading of the situation. They've said falsely that we've cut aid to the region. That is not the case. So, you know, those critics would have to say what exactly should have been done differently. So all of the efforts are there. They are continuing. Even in the midst of these discussions, the Solomon Islands government had made it very clear that Australia remains the security partner of choice. We've made that clear. We raised these concerns. We raised them respectfully. We're working with our partners in the region as well. And I think many of those concerns are shared in the region. And of course, there is a long way to go in these discussions.
Are you taking this as a strategic wake-up call by Manasseh Sogavare?
Well, I mean, people can describe it however they would like. What I would say is we've been aware of the geostrategic competition in the region for some time. Our efforts in the Pacific predate any of that, but of course they have stepped up considerably in recent years. And if you look at what we are doing right now in the region, it's delivering Guardian-class patrol boats, whether it is building the western border outpost in the Solomons. We've agreed with the eastern border outpost. The efforts that are there from our aid budget, from our people-to-people links to our military cooperation and our security cooperation, it is at the highest level that it has ever been. Now, that's not to say that there aren't challenges. Of course there are, and we're aware of those. But for some of those domestic critics, I would say, they haven't in any way indicated what they would do differently except to falsely claim cuts where there haven't been cuts, or to claim that somehow a country like Australia, which has reduced its emissions twice as fast as the average of the OECD, that somehow closer engagement between the Solomon Islands and China, who have seen their emissions going up rapidly, that somehow climate change is to blame, I think is just a complete false diagnosis of the issue.
How conceivable is it to you that this whole episode, all these developments, have brought forward the prospect of armed conflict on Australia's doorstep in the Pacific?
Well, I wouldn't be making those kind of assertions at all. We are concerned, but I think we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. The Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands has made it very, very clear there are no bases here. As I say, that doesn't take away our concerns about the possibility of this agreement and what it might mean, and that's why we're making very strong representations in relation to it. But I wouldn't sort of draw those kind of conclusions. All I would say is we live in challenging geostrategic times. It's one of the reasons we've invested so much in our defence capability. It is one of the reasons, though not the only reason, why we've seen such a stepped up effort in our region by the Australian government, and we are seeing significant degrees of success in that, whether it is in our response to COVID and being the partner of choice in delivering doses right across our region, or whether it is in our security arrangements, whether it is supporting humanitarian efforts in response to natural disasters, whether it is our climate financing. Our efforts have stepped up in every area, but, you know, certainly it is a challenging geostrategic environment. And it's, as I say, it's one of the reasons we invest more and more in our defence capability, but also use all of the arms of government to make sure that we are investing in the peace and prosperity of our region.
There is also concurrent speculation about American troops eventually being stationed at a new port to be built in Darwin Harbour. What would you say the prospects of that are?
Well, obviously that's a matter for the Defence Minister and others to comment on in detail, but I would say this: what we have seen in recent times is the cooperation with our alliance partner, the United States, has been very, very good. I think that is in our national interest. We, as a government, have taken that relationship to a new level through AUKUS. This is something that no government has been able to achieve in decades. It is the most significant agreement since ANZUS. So the level of our cooperation between Australia and the United States and our other allies is at the highest level it's ever been, certainly since World War II and when we've been involved in serious conflicts in the past. But in peacetime, to have this kind of level of engagement, whether it's AUKUS, which is very significant, and indeed in other fora such as the Quad, we are stepping up with our partners, and that is very, very important. And I think that is being seen, and not just here in our region, but it's being seen around the world in terms of the kind of leadership that Scott Morrison has showed in landing those agreements.
Would you say, though, that these developments have undermined the very premise of that AUKUS pact?
No. Sorry, which developments are you referring to?
Well, these developments between, this draft agreement between the Solomon Islands and China, this growing influence that we're seeing on a number of fronts of China in the Pacific, would you say that's undermined the AUKUS Pact's mission to provide a free and open South Pacific region?
No, not at all. I think it just highlights some of the challenges we're facing. I don't think anyone should be naive enough to think that there aren't these challenges, that there aren't efforts by the Chinese government in the region. That has been apparent for many years. They are obviously a very significant power. They are a nation we have a positive trading relationship with, but of course we have a challenging relationship with at the moment, and that's been well documented. But if anything, these kind of efforts simply highlight the need to be leaving no stone unturned, whether it is our direct engagement in the Pacific, whether it is our partnerships such as AUKUS, which do bring increased security for Australia through that kind of cooperation, or indeed whether it is our other multilateral engagements such as the Quad. I think this would simply highlight the need to leave no stone unturned, and that's what the Australian government's been doing.
Do you think the Solomons can still be won over at this stage?
Well, discussions continue to take place, and what I would say is that when I've reached out to counterparts and colleagues in the region, they share many of the concerns that have been expressed by Australia and by New Zealand and others, and many of those discussions are taking place, and we are engaging very closely with the region. So one of the things I'll be doing this weekend is a number of leaders, a number of senior representatives from Pacific Island nations will be coming into Australia. We'll be in Brisbane, and we'll be having discussions around many issues, but including some of these shared concerns.
Senator Zed Seseldra, thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Let's bring in Rick Ho. He's a former Prime Minister, Finance Minister and Central Bank Governor of the Solomon Islands. He joins me now from the capital, Honiara. Rick Ho, thank you so much for joining us. I want to ask you, there's a lot of speculation at this stage. How certain are you that this draft agreement between China and the Solomon Islands will in fact result in a Chinese military presence in the Solomon Islands?
Well, at the moment it's not very clear, but I have to confess I don't know I don't have the details of this agreement. But the Prime Minister has announced in Parliament that it's now ready to be signed. It probably has been signed. But I think this is just another further sort of demonstration of the problems that the current government is causing in terms of controversial issues that has been coming from since 2019, and this agreement certainly has not gone down well with the population here.
How are people responding there? How do they feel about the opportunities or the risks presented by this geopolitical contest taking place in their homeland?
People are very concerned. There's a general concerns that have been raised by the community leaders all throughout this country. And I think it's sort of coming from in 2019 when Solomon Islands severed its relations with the ROC and taking on its diplomatic ties with China. It seems that the government continues to develop these engagements at a very fast rate, and this is causing a lot of concern and tensions among people here, and especially towards the government and the Prime Minister.
And so why is the Prime Minister following with this pace of developing this relationship with Solomon Islands when there is unease about it at home? Is this about setting off a bidding war between the different parties that are concerned?
Well, I don't know, but the people who know the Prime Minister, our current Prime Minister, would agree with me that he's someone who has almost like thrives on controversies. And, in recent years, that's his sort of like his a hallmark of his leadership. I think there is a reason to believe that given his the way he sort of conducts himself and also government actions, there is a lot of people in Solomon Islands that believe this is self-preservation, and I think he obviously is confusing his personal security with that of national security, and many of us in Solomon Islands believe that Sogo Barrett thinks no one else except China can fill this gap, as it were, to ensure that his security is secured. I think he's about self-preservation in his current leadership.
Let me ask you about that self-preservation, that idea, because Daniel Suidani, who's the Premier of Malaita province, where those riots took place late last year, says Australia should not have intervened when Manasseh Sogavare called for help because it's seen as keeping a corrupt Prime Minister in power. Those were his words. What should have Australia have done when that call for help was made?
No, I think personally, I think it's a good sort of decision that Australia made, because that is also sort of a part of the what is left of Ramsey, and Australia was only responding as in terms of that agreement, and I think it's an important agreement for Solomon Islands to continue with.
But it also helps the preservation of this leader who is controversial in Solomon Islands, doesn't it?
I think what we need to deal with here in Solomon Islands is to deal with him as a political sort of how should I say, as in politics. And I think what we are, what I'm thinking about is that it's really the electoral system here that places him where he is now. And the electoral system is such that he can manipulate for his own sort of liking. And he uses money from his foreign friends and local friends to do that. So I think the action that Australia responded to come and settle peace here and to ensure that the security situation is restored, for me, I think it's a good. It's important that Australia responded in that way.
Rick Ho, it's terrific to have you on the program. Thank you so much for taking the time.
My pleasure.
So let's get reaction now from inside China. Chen Hong is the director of the Australian Studies Centre at the East China Normal University in Shanghai. Chen Hong, welcome to the program.
Hello, good evening.
How legitimate is the speculation and anxiety you're seeing playing out in Australia right now about China's intentions in the South Pacific?
Well, I think actually the agreement is a security cooperation agreement. It is not a defense cooperation agreement. So actually there's a lot of, far-fetched, congestions, just, thinking about a kind of like military cooperation, about China setting up a military base, in Honiara, in the Solomon Islands. But definitely this is not the case, actually, because definitely, it is only security cooperation agreement. Mind you that this is actually in response to the social unrest in the last year, with a lot of Chinese businesses, Chinese homes and shops being attacked by rioters. So actually the Solomon Islands government, intend to cooperate with Chinese police force. Mind you, actually this is very normal. For example, like the Chinese police force, used to have cooperation agreements with Italy. Chinese police, were patrolling in Rome, and Italian police were patrolling in Beijing, in Shanghai. Because actually there are a lot of Italian tourists here, a lot of Chinese tourists over in Italy. So this is actually a kind of police cooperation, not a kind of like a military, alliance.
So you're saying China has no military ambitions in Solomon Islands whatsoever?
Well, I think actually both the Chinese Foreign Minister, Chinese Foreign Ministry, and also the Solomon Islands, Prime Minister, both denied that actually there's any military connotation in the in the agreements. So actually, in other words, both China and the Solomon Islands denied actually there's any military connotation in the agreement, in the cooperation. But other countries such as Australia or some other countries were actually thinking about as if they were wishing there could be a military cooperation, but that's definitely not the case.
Wishing for a military conflict, do you think? Or wishing for military cooperation, do you think?
No, I mean, for example, Australia has always been talking about China having this military, thinking, or planning, in the Solomon Islands, but that's definitely not the case because both the countries, denied about this possibility.
Well, there is that deal that China's recently done with Cambodia that's raised concerns in that region. There is China's conduct in the South China Sea and its dealings with other Southeast Asian nations. This is not unprecedented.
Well, I think actually different areas and different regions have different scenarios. For example, like South China Sea, this is a Chinese internal domestic matter. In Cambodia, that's definitely another story. So actually, you should not simply to be thinking about a story and impose it on another area. That's definitely not the logical way of thinking about geopolitics.
I don't know if you've seen that leaked draft of the pact between China and the Solomon Islands. The terms of it seem pretty broad, and the analysis is that it leaves the door fairly open for China to escalate the nature of that relationship so Chinese forces could be used to protect Chinese personnel, Chinese projects in Solomon Islands. What Chinese forces even means is very, very unclear. The entry of personnel, weapons, intelligence, and judicial immunity would be granted, and that neither party could disclose information about that agreement, that cooperation, without mutual consent. I mean, that sounds very broad, and this is where some of the suspicion comes from. What do you think of that?
Well, that's why I think actually we should not be making conjectures about the cooperation, because between two sovereign countries, China and the Solomon Islands, we do have common grounds, and also we do have common concerns, and there are a lot of areas we can cooperate. But definitely, as I said, this is a security. By security, we mean this is a kind of to ensure social stability. This is not about defense or military cooperation. So that actually sets a tone to this agreement.
Is the South Pacific strategically important for China?
Well, I think actually, strategically, China don't have, military ambitions, anywhere in the world. China is a very, defensive, has a defensive, defense policy. China don't want to pursue any, geopolitical ambitions elsewhere in the world. Mind you, actually, China doesn't have any military force outside, its vicinity. It is, for example, like the United States, who has, so many, military bases all over, the world. Mind you, of course, we are showing the military parade of the Chinese during the Chinese, National Day parade again, but this is not about Chinese military expansionism. This is actually in celebration of the Chinese National Day. That is actually a kind of, celebration. This is not a kind of like show of force or muscle flexing. So in other words, always, I think, in Australian, television, you always see, this kind of, showing a kind of muscle flexing China, but that's not China.
One of the discussions being had in Australia and around the region right now is the prospect of defence troops being based at a new port in the harbour of Darwin, and that eventually American troops could be based there as well. Would that change the calculation for China about what happens in this region?
Well, it is the United States that has, 2,500 military troops in Darwin. China doesn't have any military, presence, in the South Pacific. That is a fact. So in other words, it is, for example, like China doesn't have any, military projection, deployments, in the South Pacific. So this is definitely not some kind of thing to be concerned about. So in other words, it is always kind of like an over speculation about China's intention, but this is definitely not what people should be thinking in a logical way.
Dr. Chen Hong, it's terrific to have your analysis on the program. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
So as we've heard, for Solomon Islanders, the geopolitical contest between some of the region's most prominent powers is being felt very close to home. Their government will be critical to what happens next, and it's not lost on many that Solomon Islands is now negotiating a comprehensive and broadly worded security agreement with China, a country it only recognised diplomatically in 2019. Here's Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Jedritz.
Honiara is a small city, but right now it's the scene of a subterranean battle in great power politics.
To Australia, who is the big brother in the Pacific. And like for us, Solomon Islands, we've been depending on Australia and New Zealand for almost of our years.
My concern is that security agreement has direct impact to the sovereignty of this country.
The streets still bear the scars of last year's riots when the capital exploded in violence, partly fuelled by political tension stoked by the government's decision to switch diplomatic recognition from Taiwan to China. Australia sent in police to restore order, but Solomon Islands has also turned to its new friend for help with training its forces. And 12 days ago, Solomon Islands was catapulted into global headlines when a broadly worded draft security agreement with China was leaked.
What's disturbing about this text, which appears to me as if it was essentially drafted in Beijing, is that it provides something of a blank cheque to China to have a forced presence in the Solomon Islands.
Australian officials are aghast. They believe the pact could even be a first step towards a Chinese military base in the country. And there's also disquiet in Solomon Islands, where civil society is raising the alarm.
This treaty is no more than selling the sovereignty of Solomon Islands as if it is a commodity.
Beijing denies there's any plan for a Chinese military base in Solomon Islands. It insists it's purely focused on aid, development and police cooperation, and has accused Australia of paranoia.
The relevant parties should see the China-Solomon Islands security cooperation objectively and rationally and stop making irresponsible remarks.
But that's not been enough to quell concerns inside Solomon Islands, where the secrecy surrounding the deal is causing frustration.
The least that it could do is to consult people about this agreement, to get people's view on it, and to explain to the people what is this all about.
While the prospect of Chinese police or even soldiers in the country has stirred uncertainty.
We know that there are issues in China in relation to freedoms, and if these forces are in the country, will the current freedoms that we do enjoy now, will they continue or not?
Australia's lobbying other Pacific nations to press Solomon Islands to dilute or ditch the pact. Some Pacific leaders have picked up the phone and expressed concerns to Solomon's Prime Minister Manasseh Sogavare, but in public they're treading carefully.
The Prime Minister did indicate to me in our meeting that he's not done something extraordinary. There's no military base relocated or something like this.
While in Canberra, strategists are already turning their minds to what will happen if China does get a toehold in Solomon Islands.
So this is a game changer for our strategic environment, because it means that there would be essentially permanently an armed presence of a potentially hostile great power in our neighbourhood, off our eastern seaboard,
Australia faces a wicked conundrum in Solomon Islands. It retains immense influence in the country. It's by far the largest aid donor and has been instrumental to its COVID-19 vaccine rollout. It's also still got several dozen Australian personnel in the country helping keep the peace after last year's riots. But if Australia tries to use that leverage to try and force Solomon Islands to ditch this security pact, it risks poisoning the relationship and driving the Pacific Island country even closer to China. Stephen Jedgetts, ABC News, Canberra.
At a time when China's trying to exert its influence in the Pacific, one of its projects in Papua New Guinea has run into some embarrassing hurdles. A Chinese-owned state company has spent $95 million building the country's tallest building, but it's sitting empty in Port Moresby because regulators say it's riddled with building defects. PNG correspondent Natalie Whiting has this story.
One building rises above the others on Port Moresby's skyline. The Noble Centre, built by a Chinese state-owned company, is PNG's tallest building, but it sits empty.
It's a lot of wrong things. I've seen some reports. And that's why I took the occupancy certificate back. Just wasn't safe.
Documents obtained by the ABC list 75 defects, including electrical and fire safety issues. Some are described as highly illegal and dangerous. The company earlier went to court to try to stop news coverage of this building report. The defects at the Noble Centre were uncovered by PNG Ports, which owns the land and agreed to buy the top 2 floors.
Wherever there's a weakness of governance, you will get these types of projects or these types of problems you have with property development, where the regulatory oversight isn't strong enough.
In 2018, as world leaders descended on Port Moresby for APEC, the Noble Centre was touted as a sign of China's growing influence. Concerns have also been raised about the quality of a convention centre donated at the time.
PNG needs to be really careful and selective, and not just going for whoever puts their hand up first and says, oh, we'll fund you for this.
The geopolitical jostle in the Pacific means several countries are vying to invest and give aid here. Australia is also ramping up its presence, including giving direct budget support to the PNG government, which it hadn't done for almost 2 decades.
In a way, yes, they're responding so as to be able to be seen to have that level of influence and to be able to outcompete with each other to some extent. But it's not necessarily in PNG's best interest.
The Noble Centre has now been put into receivership. The company behind it says it's trying to reach some understanding of how to proceed with PNG Ports. The Chinese embassy says cooperation between the 2 countries has brought tangible benefits to both, and this is a matter between 2 companies. It's unclear what, if any, remedial work has been done since the building faults were identified. Natalie Whiting, ABC News, Port Moresby.
I now want to call on Natasha Kassem. She's the Director of Public Opinion and Foreign Policy at the Lowy Institute, specialising in Indo-Pacific strategy. She joins us now. Natasha Kassem, welcome to the program.
Thanks so much for having me, Jeremy.
Is this a diplomatic failure for Australia? Why was this missed?
Look, we're getting a lot of different stories about why or if this was missed, how much exactly Australia knew. What I would say is that this draft security agreement is a symptom, not the cause of some kind of issue here. China's global reach has been expanding for some time. It's been looking for various ways to support the People's Liberation Army as it grows a world-class military power. And with that, it has foreshadowed for some time, I mean, as early as 2004, under the previous leader in China, that it would be looking to have these historic missions overseas. So I think these growing security agreements, seeing more evidence of this kind of cooperation, whether it's in Solomon Islands or Cambodia, or their existing Chinese base in Djibouti, I think we're going to see more of this as China continues to pursue its ambitions.
We heard Chen Hong a moment ago tell us that those situations, these different regions, are not comparable. What do you make of that statement?
I mean, a lot of people would ask the question as to why Solomon Islands, why that particular part of the South Pacific. But again, I would argue that it is a small piece of this broader strategy where China wants to exert influence in a whole range of issues. I don't think it's fair to say that a potential base isn't comparable with respect to Chen Hong, but I would also just point to what Solomon Islands leaders and others have already said, which is that they have no intention of hosting a Chinese base at this stage.
We heard from Rick Hoy, the former Prime Minister of Solomon Islands, earlier as well. He seems to think that this deal may have already been signed. Is that credible?
I mean, he would know better than I would say, but I do think that we saw this quite frenzied debate after the draft agreement was leaked. You saw several voices in Western media in particular, calling for pretty wild speculation about what this meant, really undermining Solomon Islands' sovereignty. And I think in those circumstances, you can see why the Prime Minister Sogavare has come out and said they've initialed the deal. If anything, I think the way in which the issue was discussed did put his back against a wall, and I do think we need to think more carefully about how a lot of different voices want to be a part of this debate to try to encourage the outcomes that Australia is looking for. We saw some people saying that Australia should invade Solomon Islands, like completely wild speculation.
What is at stake for Australia if this military base, this Chinese military base, were to be built?
So again, I am sceptical of such a thing, but I think it would be very concerning for Australia. I don't buy into the argument that it would, cut off trade routes or cause issues for supply chains. There's a lot of ocean around Australia. That would require a tremendous projection of power that I don't anticipate. But I think Australia would see it as maybe a listening post, an option for surveillance, and a general kind of thorn in the side that they would really rather avoid. It would also demonstrate that Australia was not only the first and primary security partner of choice in the Pacific, which it has prided itself on for decades. And so to lose that mantle, which I don't think is yet lost, but if that were to happen, I think that would be quite a blow in terms of Australia's ambitions for the Indo-Pacific and its view of its role in our region.
The commander of the US Pacific Fleet says there is still a path ahead. What does that path look like, and how much influence does Australia retain in all of this?
Australia still has a significant amount of influence in Solomon Islands and in a range of other Pacific islands, right? It's still playing such an important role, as we heard Stephen Jurczyk and others talk about previously. I don't think that that is lost. I don't think that that influence counts for nothing. But the path forward, in my view, has to be a positive vision. It has to be what is Australia doing to plug the gaps that Solomon Islands has identified in its security? What is Australia doing in the face of these kinds of issues of domestic turmoil? And of course, most importantly, what is Australia doing to respond to our neighbours' concerns about our climate change policy, which they consistently identify as their #1 concern when it comes to Australia?
How much does it come down to money? I mean, to what degree can Australia keep up with that competition, particularly fiscally, from China?
I think money is a big part of it, and that is a really big challenge when you have so many different companies operating with quite impressive levels of funding. But again, it's about offering a positive vision. It's about saying our infrastructure might be slower, we might have to jump through more hoops, there might be more bureaucracy, but at the end, you're not going to have an empty tower in Port Moresby, right? I think that it's really important to demonstrate that we think working through more transparent systems will build confidence, will lead to business confidence, and will also end up with projects that are ultimately needed. But of course, this is a matter for these governments. It is a matter of their agency, what they want to be built and what they want to be invested in. And it's really important that Australia, China, anybody else that looks to be a donor or partner in the region is listening.
All right, Natasha Kassem, it's terrific to have you on the program. Thank you so much for your analysis. Much appreciated.
Thanks for having me.
And that is the program, Pacific Power. I'm Jeremy Fernandez. Thanks for your company. You'll find more on ABC iView and ABC News Online. From us, bye for now.
Told This is DW News, live from Berlin. Deadly attack. Russia targets a train station packed with civilians trying to flee to safety. At least 50 people confirmed dead and dozens more wounded after missiles struck the station in Kramatorsk in eastern Ukraine. Officials on the ground say the attack was deliberate. And this as European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen is shocked by atrocities in Bucha. She witnesses the tragedy of war firsthand on her trip to Kyiv for talks with the Ukrainian president. And this is more evidence of possible war crimes by French cooperation on renewable energy as part of efforts to reduce dependency on Russian imports. I'm Layla Harak. Thank you so much for joining us. At least 50 people are now known to have been killed in a Russian attack on a train station in eastern Ukraine. Dozens more were wounded when 2 missiles struck the crowded rail hub in the city of Kramatorsk in the Donetsk region. The station was being used to evacuate women, children, and the elderly to safer parts of the country. Western leaders have condemned the attack, and the Kremlin now has denied any involvement. I'd like to take you now to Ukraine. Toby Fricker is UNICEF spokesperson, and he is in Western Ukraine. Mr. Fricker, I'm told your team, the UNICEF team, was in Kramatorsk today when the attack happened?
That's right, yeah. No, thanks for having the UNICEF on. We did. We had a team in Kramatorsk today. They were delivering some supplies, some medical equipment, hygiene items, to the local authorities there for distribution to hospitals in the Kramatorsk area. And we also had supplies going in yesterday as well. The team were unloading and offloading the supplies when they heard some bangs, and that was obviously when the situation happened. And then they had to move out quite quickly from Kramatorsk. But it's an area where we've been working for many years. We have an office in Kramatorsk. We've been covering that whole area during the 8 years of the conflict in eastern Ukraine. So clearly it's a horrific situation, and the protection of civilians and children is absolutely paramount.
And can you describe to us what your team shared with you in terms of who was there at the time of the attack at the train station?
Well, the train station was very busy. As we know, people have been trying to move out of the eastern part, Donetsk, Luhansk areas of Ukraine, and moving further west to where I am, trying to get to where I am now. And so the train station has been busy over the past few days. It's always busy. It's really it's a hub where you can get trains to Kiev, to even further west to Lviv, and even here in Uzhhorod. I was actually at the train station here in Uzhhorod just a little bit earlier, talking to people who had arrived. There was a train that came in from Kramatorsk last night, very early in the morning, and that was the last one that's come in from Kramatorsk, of course. And really, it's really a horrific situation, and the team, our team, were able to leave relatively quickly. But it's an area that we know very well. I've been worked in Kramatorsk on a number of occasions, and it's really tragic for all the children, women, and anyone involved.
Indeed, because this war obviously is having catastrophic consequences, material, but more importantly, humanitarian. Is your organization bracing for an intensification of hostilities in the days to come? And how do you intend to help the children and families that you usually aid in those situations?
So UNICEF has been scaling up ever since the conflict first started, and we've been moving, pre-positioning supplies across different parts of the country. I was just in Dnipro in the east, where we have a hub where we're trying to get supplies in so that we can move from there to reach very vulnerable areas where the fighting's the heaviest. We have massive humanitarian access challenges still in some areas, in Mariupol and other areas, so that continues to be a challenge. But we are able to reach some places. I was also in Zaporizhzhia in the southeast. I was at a hospital there where they were treating a number of children in intensive care, children who have been hit by bullets and shrapnel, and we were able to bring in supplies there, and that means like surgical items, it means first aid kits and hygiene items, just to help alleviate some of the strain that the doctors and the systems are feeling.
Toby Fricker, UNICEF spokesperson, joining us from Uzhhorod in Western Ukraine. Thank you so much for taking out the time to take our questions. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has arrived in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, as part of an EU delegation. It's the first official trip by senior European officials since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Alongside the bloc's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, von der Leyen visited a mass grave in Bucha, a town on the outskirts of Kyiv. Let's take a listen now to what the president had to say.
It is the unthinkable has happened here. We have seen the cruel face of Putin's army. We have seen the recklessness and the cold-heartedness with which they have been occupying the city. Here in Bucha, we saw our humanity being shattered, and it is the whole world is mourning with the people of Bucha. And they are the ones who are, as you said, defending the border of Europe, defending humanity, defending democracy, and therefore we stand with them in this important.
We can go now to Lviv in Ukraine. DW correspondent Jan-Philip Schultz is standing by. Jan-Philip, we understand EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has just arrived in the capital, Kyiv. What's the significance of this visit?
I think the significance is quite high. The Ukrainians see it as a strong message of support from the side of the EU. They appreciate especially that von der Leyen and Borrell are traveling by themselves by train to Kiev, and that also the EU is ready to reopen their offices. They are, of course, they hope that it's more than a symbolic act. But looking at the agenda, it seems to be quite concrete humanitarian topics and a lot of logistics support. But of course, the question of stronger sanctions regarding gas and oil will also be very high on the agenda from the Ukrainian side.
And Jan-Philip, we opened our coverage with the deadly train attack in Kramatorsk. The Russians, in the meantime, or Moscow, I should say, has denied responsibility for the attack in Kramatorsk and blames Ukrainian fighters. What has the response been from the Ukrainian leadership?
Yes, indeed. The Russian defense minister said that the missiles that were used are Ukrainian. To my knowledge, there hasn't been an official response from the Ukrainian government yet, but all the people I talk to see it as a typical lie propaganda from the Russian side that we've seen many times before in Bucha and in other places. Nobody even remotely takes into consideration that the Ukrainians have attacked the train station where a lot of Ukrainians flee from eastern regions from the war.
Jan-Philip Schultz reporting from Lviv, Ukraine. Thank you very much. And Ukrainian authorities are bracing for even more gruesome discoveries in the wake of the Russian troop withdrawal from the north. There's now mounting evidence that civilians were killed, raped and tortured, with hundreds of victims in the town of Bucha. But Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the situation in Borodyanka, 70 kilometers northwest of Kyiv, is, quote, much more horrific. Our correspondent Alexander von Namen was there and filed this report. Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz and British Prime Minister Boris Johnson have put on a united front after their first bilateral meeting in London. The war in Ukraine dominated the day, with the leaders saying Russian President Vladimir Putin was wrong to assume Europe would be divided on how to respond to his invasion. Mr. Scholz said Germany is serious about ending its dependence on Russian gas and oil, but that it will take time to transition to other energy sources. Let's take you now to Downing Street, where DW correspondent Charlotte Chelsom-Pill is standing by. Charlotte, so good to have you back with us. Mr. Scholz and Mr. Johnson putting on a united front. What was the key message from the two leaders?
Absolutely. Unity was on full display here as Boris Johnson, British Prime Minister, greeted the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz here in London for the first time. The two leaders both united in their condemnation of some of the images that have been emerging from Ukraine, not just today, but over the past weeks as well. They both also wanted to stress the friendship between the two sides. Prime Minister Boris Johnson saying it has never been more crucial, both saying that in fact, perhaps contrary to what the Russian president might have expected or indeed hoped, the West has been united since the conflict began. Scholz saying that the unity on display is perhaps something Putin didn't reckon with.
Didn't reckon with, but were there any signs of disunity on their Ukraine policy? Because in the past, Germany and the UK took very different approaches to Ukraine, for example, in the area of military aid.
Absolutely, and the British Prime Minister did have an announcement on military aid today. He's saying that the UK will offer £100 million more in aid, in addition to the vast amount that's already been supplied, of high-grade military equipment, including 800 tanks. So a big announcement there was expected. Nothing new from the German Chancellor. Germany has been criticised both at home, domestically and internationally for being perhaps a bit too slow on supplying weaponry, but the Chancellor saying that they were seeking to do all that they could. It wants to continue sending defensive weapons in the future, the German Chancellor said. He also stressed the fact that the turnaround in sending this weapons was a seismic shift, as you alluded to there in the question, for German policy, and therefore not to be underestimated. When it came to weapons, Prime Minister Boris Johnson was asked in a question during that press conference whether or not that could be viewed in a way as antagonistic or could escalate the conflict. His response to that was, all we're seeking to do is help Ukrainians to protect themselves.
And in conclusion, Charlotte, Mr. Scholz was pressed a number of times on Germany's reliance on Russian gas and oil. What was his response?
That was absolutely one of the dominating features of the press conference. Some very difficult questions there for the German Chancellor on Germany's dependence on Russian energy. Germany vastly more dependent on gas in particular in comparison to the United Kingdom. Now, the German Chancellor really wanted to stress that Germany was doing all that it could, that it had taken significant steps, but this is not something that could be reversed overnight. Nevertheless, he said that he did feel that steps that were being taken to wean Germany and indeed other European countries off Russian energy would ultimately be successful. And that's something that Prime Minister Boris Johnson also had very, very warm words for the German Chancellor on, saying everything that has been done so far and is planned for the future really is quite remarkable, the Prime Minister said. So warm words there for the steps that have been taken, but clearly Germany is facing questions as to whether or not more can be done in the future.
Charlotte Chelson-Pill reporting from Downing Street. Thank you. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has acknowledged that Russia has sustained significant losses of troops in Ukraine. In an interview with Sky News, he called it a huge tragedy for Russia. It's a rare admission by Russian officials of military losses. But Mr. Peskov said that Russia still hopes to reach its goals in the coming days. Russia's defense ministry reports that between 1,000 and 2,000 Russian soldiers have been killed, but independent estimates put the number closer to 10,000. I'd like to welcome now Jack Watling. He's a military analyst at the UK defence and security think tank RUSI. Very warm welcome, sir. Thank you for taking out the time to take our questions. A surprising admission by Russia that it has suffered substantial losses. What's your read on that?
So the Russians have taken very substantial losses, and they don't have many more troops to commit, which means that this next operation in the Donbass, they have a limited amount of time before they will need to make some difficult choices about mobilizing reserves and retaining conscripts from the last round. Now, if they do that, they need to prepare the population to admitting that they're at war. And explain why that's necessary. And so I think what we're seeing is they're preparing the ground to have options in terms of generating more combat units in around a month's time.
Now, we started our broadcast with the deadly train station attack. Is a rocket strike on a railway station in eastern Ukraine another sign of Russia's campaign of intimidation, or is this a typical pattern of warfare by Russian forces?
It's difficult to tell with this specific strike because attacking rail infrastructure, which is the primary source for logistics for both the Russians and the Ukrainians, is a military target and does make sense. At the same time, the Russians have been striking using these ballistic missiles tactical targets responsively, where they clearly have ISR, so surveillance and reconnaissance of the target. And we know elsewhere that they have deliberately conducted attacks against civilians. And so the question arises whether this is a terror tactic. It could be either way. And I think we need more evidence before we jump to conclusions on that. But it's tragically plausible.
Now, the war seems to have entered another phase with Russia turning its attention or focus on Donbass region. What's your assessment of both sides at this stage?
So there's roughly numerical parity between the Ukrainian defense and the Donbass and the forces attacking them, which is not a great sign for the Russians. But a lot of the Ukrainian forces are fixed along the line of contact by ongoing artillery bombardment and harassment from mobilized civilians in Donetsk and Luhansk. And so the Russian attack will likely come around their flanks from the north and the south and try and encircle those formations. The real question is whether the Russians have enough combat power to close off that encirclement. If they do, then the Ukrainians will find it very difficult to resupply their units, and then they're on, they can only fight so long as they have ammunition and water and food. If the Russians fail to close the circle, then the Russians are very likely to run out of combat power in about 4 weeks.
In conclusion, if Russia does manage to take control of the Donbass region and achieves the land bridge to Crimea, which is apparently one of its objectives, would that be enough of a win for President Putin, or are we likely to still have a very protracted war continue even after that?
It would be enough of a short-term success that he could claim to have achieved something, but I don't think it would be the end of hostilities against Kiev. And from the Ukrainian side, why would they accept a ceasefire that essentially amounts to allowing the Russians to annex more and more of their country every couple of years? So I don't think it will be an end to the fighting. I don't think the Ukrainians would accept an end to the fighting on those terms. And so we are looking at a protracted conflict, which will likely go up and down in intensity, but nonetheless persist.
Just want to get a final thought from you. As you point out, with the risk of the conflict becoming drawn out, and obviously the war is getting worse, the longer this continues, in whose advantage is it?
It partly depends. If the Russians decide to mobilize their reserves and go onto a war footing, then they can bring very considerable numbers of troops to bear. If they don't do that, then their prospects diminish over time. And so the Russians really have a strategic choice to make about, is Ukraine worth putting their entire national effort into seizing? Because they will become very vulnerable in other theaters if they continue to try and seize the country.
Jack Watling, defense and security think tank RUSI, thank you so very much. We greatly appreciate your time. Thank you. I want to tell you now about the other stories that we are tracking for you right now. 3 people have been killed after a gunman opened fire in the Israeli city of Tel Aviv. Several others were wounded in the shooting at a bar in a popular nightlife district. Security forces later shot dead the attacker in a gun battle. Israel has seen a wave of attacks in recent weeks. The Chinese mega city of Shanghai is testing its residents en masse for COVID-19 for a 3rd consecutive day after announcing a record 21,000 new COVID-19 cases. The city's 26 million inhabitants remain on lockdown, with residents complaining of shortages of food and basic necessities. A landslide has killed at least 10 people in northwest Colombia after torrential rains. Mud and boulders buried a mining camp in the mountains. Several people are still missing. A nearby town was evacuated. The U.S. Senate has confirmed Ketanji Brown Jackson as Supreme Court Justice. She'll be the first Black woman to serve on the country's highest court. President Biden called her confirmation a historic moment for our nation. Former German tennis star Boris Becker has been found guilty in a London court of 4 charges of failing to declare assets. The 54-year-old was declared bankrupt in 2017, but was accused of hiding millions of pounds worth of assets, including tennis trophies. Mr. Becker will be sentenced on April 29th and could even face a prison term. Finland is investigating a case of sanctions violations after artworks bound for Russia were confiscated. Customs officials say they seized 3 shipments containing paintings, sculptures, and antiquities. The art had allegedly been on loan to foreign museums and was being returned to Russia via Finland.
42 million euros. That's the insurance value of Russian artworks impounded during transit through Finland. Among them, a Titian, a Picasso, and a Cariani. They were intercepted at Finland's Valima border crossing with Russia. The works from collections in St. Petersburg and Moscow had been on loan to museums in Italy and Japan. In early March, after the invasion of Ukraine, Russian museums requested their return earlier than agreed, perhaps in anticipation of sanctions. Days later, the EU prohibited the sale, export and transfer to Russia of luxury goods, including artworks. This left the foreign museums in a quandary. A spokesperson for Finland's foreign ministry said the impounded works would be properly looked after until further notice. The situation is temporary. The Russian museums still own these artworks. The foreign ministry is clarifying the issue with the European Commission. It must be noted that the contents of sanctions are changeable. Finnish officials say they're investigating 10 individuals for breaching sanctions by transporting the works. Russia has threatened penalties for the delay in the artwork's return. The question of whether art on loan should be included in sanctions is controversial. Recently, France agreed to return 200 paintings to Russia from an exhibition in Paris, despite calls for their confiscation.
You're watching DW News. Here's a reminder of our main stories. At least 50 people, including 5 children, have been killed in a Russian airstrike on a train station in the eastern Ukrainian city of Kramatorsk. Thousands of civilians were at the station at the time of the attack, attempting to evacuate to safer parts of the country. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has visited a mass grave in Bucha as part of a trip to Kyiv for talks with President Volodymyr Zelensky. The visit is meant to send a strong message of support for Ukraine, including for its EU membership bid. You're watching DW News live from Berlin. Up next is DW News Asia with Japan, which eases pandemic-related entry restrictions after 2 years of closed borders. And high summer temperatures sweep India, even though it's early spring. Taiwanese puppets go on sale as NFTs, so how hot is the market in Asia for digital art? That story and a whole lot more coming up in just a moment on DW News Asia with my colleague Melissa Chan. I'm Leila Harak in Berlin. On behalf of all of us here, thank you very much for making us part of your day. We'll be back at the top of the hour.
Sports empathy training, and have you ever had it?
No, I haven't, Lee.
Can you please stand back a bit? Thank you.
Wasn't it a serious conflict of interest getting involved in any way in that grand process?
It's not just about whether it's within the rules, it's about the way it looks.
Lifting wages will have an impact.
Yeah, but how do you lift wages?
There are 9 ministers for housing in this country. What are they all doing? 1,000 jobs.
Address the question.
Now is the time to speak.
7:30, Monday to Thursday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
Throughout this election, we'll leave no political stone unturned.
We have a plan to keep our economy strong.
We'll take you beyond the daily circus to the marginal seats where the election will be won and lost.
Let the people of Australia decide.
And inside the political drama that could affect your vote.
Insiders, Sunday at 9 on ABC and ABC iView.
Sometimes I think I wish I had said nothing. I wish I had turned my back, but that wasn't really an option.
What were the rumours? That there was an interrogation centre at the heliport.
They were scared. They had just had the worst experience they were ever going to have in their life.
They are breaches of international human rights law.
I said, this is going to come back and bite us on the It only takes 1 or 2 bad apples to spoil a bunch.
I never want to go back.
Four Corners, Monday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
Are you ready for the Gardening Australia Easter special?
Maggie Beer is cooking up a new project.
It's about no longer allowing institutionalised food. And there's so much we have to do because there's so many people without support.
Enter a breathtaking world of colour.
I just think that looks magnificent.
And why not try edible flowers with your eggs this Easter?
These little beauties also have a little sweet treat hiding for you.
Gardening Australia, next Friday on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Hello, I'm Alicia Barry. Welcome to Close of Business. Coming up on the program, the new normal, meet the employees permanently working from home and why bosses are happy about it.
We work on the basis that people here are adults, they can make adult decisions, and that means they'll probably make right decisions.
And red flags over finfluencers, how handing out financial advice could land the new cool wealth advisors in jail.
If you're a finfluencer, and if you don't have a licence, then you need to be careful not to provide financial advice.
Also on the program, tackling multinational tax dodgers. Both major parties commit to a clampdown, but can they make them pay? Just over 2 years on from the first stay-at-home orders, a revolution in how we work is reshaping Australian lives. The impacts are being felt from the CBDs to the suburbs as the former office workers continue to stay home with the blessing of their bosses. Daniel Ziffer has more.
Jenny and Wally are at work.
Work-life balance immediately became so much more positive for me.
Like millions, Jenny isn't going back to the office full-time. She'll continue working from home even as COVID restrictions ease.
It's not the same life at all. It's for me, it's a much better balance. I'm a lot more relaxed. I'm a lot more relaxed in what I need to do during the day. I feel less pressure. There's a lot less distractions.
Having stopped a daily 2.5-hour commute through Melbourne's suburbs, she's only expecting to visit the office once a year. And her boss is delighted.
If a boss is saying you've got to come back to work, I think the reasonable question is why? Why do I have to do that? How does the business benefit? How does the individual benefit?
Almost none of Mark Fletcher's 75 employees are coming into the office.
We work on the basis that people here are adults, they can make adult decisions, and that means they'll probably make right decisions. They'll make mistakes from time to time, but overall they'll make right decisions.
Tonight, empty streets as Victorians stay in.
It's eerie in the city.
I've never seen it so quiet.
The pandemic has changed lives because over 1/3 of workers can do at least part of their job at home.
We've fundamentally challenged the traditional way of working on where, how and when work is done, and it has worked. There have been really positive outcomes for organisations and for people.
Compared to 2019, office occupancy in the Melbourne CBD is at 15%, and it's similar in Sydney at 18%. Even cities barely touched by restrictions are seeing far more empty desks now than before the pandemic. The combination of long commutes, cheap technology and newfound freedoms means 2 years into an experiment that was forced upon us, there's a new normal.
I'm not going to tell my people what day they need to be back in the office or how many days they need to be back in the office. I think, we're really going to embrace this new way.
Major employers are weighing up how much real estate they need, now that office workers might only come in 2 or 3 days a week.
Gone are the days where you see the old brown carpet and brown walls and just a very stale type of office environment. That's not going to attract workers back to the office.
Software company boss Luke Annear is inside his company's new building that embraces a hybrid model of work.
Some prefer to work at home for periods and others love to be in the office. So we need to make sure that we're building workplaces that provide teams that flexibility so that they can do their best work each day.
So the balance of power has really shifted from employers to employees, and employees want flexibility.
Before the pandemic, only 2 of Mark Fletcher's 75 employees worked from home. Now he's got employees in New Zealand and interstate. Staff are more productive and happier.
Awful as COVID has been, I think it gives us an opportunity for a reset and a refresh towards this brighter future of a different working situation.
The tools that office workers use, like email, video conferencing and shared documents, have been around for decades. Many of them are free. What the pandemic changed 2 years ago is it forced bosses to trust their staff to work even when they couldn't see them.
I think giving the flexibility to your employees to work at home allows you to work the best way that suits you.
More productive workers and happier puppies.
The price pain at the supermarket register is real and set to get worse. With the unofficial cost of living election campaign in full swing, a top investment outfit has confirmed what every shopper knows. Morningstar says food prices were up 4% in the first quarter of this year and will rise by a mid-single-digit percentage in the second half. It expects abnormally high price increases to boost supermarket earnings in the near term by offsetting the rising cost of goods and higher energy prices. The rise in food prices is a global phenomenon as the war in Ukraine hits every aspect of production. Surging costs for fuel and fertiliser are pushing up the price of staple cereal crops, creating new winners and losers. I spoke with Citi's chief Asia economist Joanne Chua. Joanna Chua, here in Australia, the federal election campaign is essentially looking like it will be fought on cost of living pressures, but it does look like a lot of that is out of government control.
You're absolutely right to the extent that what's driving cost of living is these large exogenous supply side shocks driven especially by the Russia-Ukraine geopolitical tensions. In a sense, a lot of the policy support that governments can do, especially on monetary policy, is really more to influence the demand side of the inflation equation. Now, of course, what we're seeing in a lot of poorer economies, you can use intervention via fiscal policy, but Australia doesn't have that history of using fiscal intervention, especially when it comes to food prices.
And that has a lot to do, I believe, with our per capita income.
I think it's just, it's a function partly of, the history and how people respond to policy. So usually in cases like richer economies like Australia, food is not a very large component of the CPI basket. In fact, among advanced economies, Australia is quite low. It's really the more poorer economies and households that spend a lot more on their budgets on food, and especially food prepared at home rather than food away from home. So these are the type of commodities that are very vulnerable to shocks. And so to the extent that household incomes are very low and they spend a lot on the budget and they have very little social safety net, they're really a lot more vulnerable. So that's why, in this environment, we're seeing, for example, in a number of places, government can become more proactive in intervening, providing subsidies for fertilizer, for farmers, for cooking oil. You see that more in the poor economies. So that's where we are at this juncture. I think Australia comes out much less vulnerable at this point.
Russia and Ukraine are, of course, very large grain producers and have been known as the breadbasket of Europe. How has the war in Ukraine affected that?
No, so absolutely. I think it's creating a lot of concerns about supply and delivery of supply, especially, in Ukraine, for example. So we've already seen global grain prices go up. We've seen big adjustments in wheat prices. We've seen it in corn, in barley, to a lesser extent in soy. So that obviously has cascading impacts also in Asia, to the extent that they form at least either directly or indirectly via animal feed, some component of our CPI basket. Now, it does vary quite a bit in the region because you hear a lot, for example, North Africa being quite exposed because of large trade linkages, but it also depends on the diets and what really comprises the CPI basket. So for example, in Asia Pacific, you have, for example, places like, Australia, New Zealand, very large, but Australia, who itself is also a large wheat exporter, have a lot more bread and wheat in their basket. You also see it in parts of South Asia, where wheat is larger. But then once you kind of go a little bit on East Asia, especially Southeast Asia, Philippines, Thailand, rice is much more significant. And I think there's a little bit more, there's a bit of desynchronization of cycles. So I think rice prices, because a lot of it is really produced in the region, they have kind of more local factors driving the prices. So there's a bit of discrepancy, which is part of the reason why we don't see as kind of broad-based pressures on inflation. But I think the question is whether we're going to eventually see a correlation of global grain prices that can spill over to rice, especially because fertilizer prices have also gone up on the back of what's happened on the Russia-Ukraine geopolitical front.
You mentioned Australia there. Have there been any winners from the fact that Ukraine and Russia are constrained in their production?
Of course, I don't want to talk about winners, given that obviously it's a very unfortunate event, but we can talk more, not so much about absolute winners, but sort of relative, because this shock, obviously, it's not good for global growth. It's not good for inflation. And some regions, some places are much more vulnerable. We all worry a little bit, for example, about Europe and the exposure there with the gas prices, et cetera. But I think on a relative basis, I think where Australia comes out relatively better is because you don't have a lot of trade linkages directly in that troubled region. And Australia is also a net exporter of major commodities that are impacted by the geopolitical shock, whether you're talking about energy, whether you're talking about wheat, or whether you're talking even about metals, for example. So you can make an argument from a terms of trade shock. For most of East Asia, it's kind of negative, with the exception of a few. And kind of Australia kind of comes out on a relative basis where it's a positive terms of trade shock. But you have to balance that positive terms of trade shock on the winners from the windfall of higher prices. And if the winners of the higher prices, are they going to actually spend the windfall through capex, through spending? And you have to balance that with the losers. And even, for example, within Australia, of course, households will face higher inflation. So that's also going to have a hit on discretionary income at the margin. But relative to everyone else, I think Australia does fairly better.
I was going to pick you up on that inflation consumption story, because how is the double spectre of rising interest rates and rising food prices going to play out in economies like Australia?
Yeah, so look, I think usually, obviously, inflation is picking up, but I wouldn't say it's all just driven by supply side. Of course, the supply side factors are compounding the impact, but we had very accommodative monetary policy since the pandemic. And obviously, as you kind of normalize and start living with the COVID, then demand's going to pick out. And so obviously, as a response to that, a lot of central banks are going to have to normalize monetary policy. So part of the design of monetary policy is to calibrate demand relative to supply so you can manage inflation relative to target. But again, the question is the tightening going to be very abrupt to the point that it will significantly hurt demand? Based on our assumption, for example, if we compare Australia to some of the economies, like, for example, the US, we're not expecting as aggressive of a policy rate adjustment, right? So I think in the case of the US, where I think a lot of people would argue that maybe the Fed was a little bit more back-footed because of demand, then they have to adjust more. Of course, the risk here is if inflation surprises significantly, and central banks end up being behind the curve, that they have to adjust even more aggressively to dampen demand. That's when we worry about a harder landing.
Joanna Chua, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The war in Ukraine has also pushed up energy and mineral prices, boosting Australia's bottom line. The Department of Industry expects export earnings to climb 33% this financial year to $425 billion. Coal will become the second Australian commodity after iron ore to break through the $100 billion mark. And as nations rush to buy materials for batteries, earnings for lithium, nickel and copper are forecast to rise nearly 40% to more than $23 billion. Australians will go to the polls next month, and multinational tax avoidance is shaping up to be an election issue for many businesses. Both major parties say they're committed to ensuring companies pay their fair share of tax by implementing global rules, which include a 15% minimum rate. But it's unclear how soon the plan will be implemented and how much revenue is up for grabs, as Nassim Karem reports.
Having sufficient cash flow to pay taxes is one of the hardest parts of running a hairdressing salon. Owner Joey Scandizo says it's unfair small businesses have to fork out their fair share while multinationals can exploit loopholes in the law.
It is difficult to hear that they are getting away with it. Like, we work so hard to keep our business afloat.
In this year's budget, the government promised the Australian Taxation Office an extra $653 million for it to clamp down on multinationals. Since being set up in 2016, the ATO's Tax Avoidance Task Force has issued $26 billion in tax bills and collected $15 billion in cash. Both major parties have also committed to the OECD G20 Global Tax Plan that would force companies to pay a minimum rate of 15% instead of little or no tax at all now.
We've actually been front and centre to these efforts.
But it's unclear how soon the plan can be introduced and how much money the government will bank.
Some of the details are still being worked out, so it's not clear what actually would be the revenue implications for Australia.
Labor says it will speed up implementation of the OECD plan.
Right now, 2/5 of multinational profits are channelled through tax havens. The world is moving on this, but Australia is being left behind.
The OECD G20 tax plan has been years in the making. Governments around the world are struggling to pay for public services and want a bigger share of the revenue pie. But tax experts say Australia may only be a small winner.
The idea is to say some of this extra profit that you're making really should go to the place where the consumers are.
Former ATO Second Commissioner Andrew Mills says Australia's done well to tax multinationals, but because we have a relatively small population, it's estimated the global plan will bring in about $1 billion.
We're 25 million people out of 7 billion, so we're not a big market in the scheme of things, so it's not surprising that we're not expecting billions and billions of dollars.
Tax analysts say that's why the global minimum tax rate should be more than 15% and legal loopholes must be closed.
Right now, it's incredibly easy for companies to shift the revenue to places where it's taxed the least or in many cases not taxed at all.
Joey says policies to fight tax avoidance will play a part in helping him decide who he votes for at the upcoming election.
It will come into account once I'm making my judgment, but it would be one part that I'd love to see fixed and adjusted.
The issue could help sway the votes of many other Australians.
The unemployment rate is nearing its lowest in half a century. Despite that, nearly 1.5 million Australians are out of work or can't get the hours they want. And there's been a significant increase in the number of people relying on welfare payments to survive, as Gareth Hutchins reports.
When Ashley Stevenson lost her job 8 years ago, she never imagined it would be her last. Since then, she's applied for hundreds of roles and is still without work.
You have to make choices between medicine and food, rent and food, choices that in Australia you shouldn't have to make.
She's been on the waiting list for public housing for 7 years and spent the last 2 without a permanent place to sleep.
When I was renting, I couldn't afford haircuts. I had to go without 7 meals in order to afford a haircut so I could go to an interview.
She's one of nearly 1.5 million people who can't find a job or work the hours they want.
In a period where we've had COVID, there's been a huge amount of extra unpaid care work that predominantly women have had to take up. But then also we've seen a changing nature in the kind of work that's available and the increase in casualisation.
Although the official jobless rate is nearing its lowest level in half a century, there are now more people relying on unemployment payments to survive than there were before the pandemic, even if some of them also work part-time. And public policy lecturer Elise Klein says more Australians than ever are holding down 2 jobs.
It's a problem people are working 2 jobs because it signals that the quality of the jobs out there are not in track with what people need to keep up with the cost of living.
When people lose a job and are lucky enough to find another one, like Jerry Andrews, their new positions won't necessarily pay the same wages and conditions.
It has been an incredible struggle. My pay has significantly seen a reduction in terms of my annual income, up to even 40%. So that has had a major impact on my lifestyle choices and how I survive financially.
The single dad of 3 says the rising cost of living has made his situation much harder.
It's not easy, and I guess you just have to make ends meet. And so, often I have done odd jobs apart from my full-time job and tried to do a side hustle.
The pre-election budget was supposed to be about bringing the cost of living down, but for Australians trapped in precarious work or locked out of the labour market, it's done little to help them.
The budget was a joke for people in poverty. The $250 payment was a joke. People can't use that to pay their rent. They can't use that to pay their food bills.
Anti-Poverty Centre spokesman Jay Coonan says raising welfare payments to more than $600 a week would help more people get back into work.
Right now, people are punished for being unemployed. People are punished for every step that they take to try and improve their lives.
At the end of this year, Ashley Stevenson turns 67 and is able to claim the aged pension. She hopes it will give her more financial security.
As long as they don't put all pensioners, all welfare recipients on the in-due card.
A birthday present worth an extra $150 a week.
It's what investors were expecting. Now the US Federal Reserve has put a dollar amount on it. America's central bank says it's preparing to slash the size of its swollen balance sheet by $95 billion a month. The minutes from the March meeting also show officials are open to more aggressive rate rises to battle inflation running at a 40-year high. A move of 50 basis points could come as soon as next month. To the share market, which finished the week basically where it began. The ASX 200 and the All Ords were down just slightly by the end of the week. Jean-Bei Liu from Tribeca Investment Partners says it was a bumpy ride for investors, but the market managed to bounce back by the week's end.
This has been a volatile week where investors become quite worried about the high inflation and increased expectations of lots of interest rate increases in the US. And here in Australia, even RBA talked to sooner interest rate and more interest rate increases by the end of this year. So quite a lot of worry for the investors. We're seeing a lot of rotation within the market and simply by selling the businesses that's been trading on very expensive multiple like the tech and moving into inflation hedges such as some of the commodity and energy space. And today is well needed support as investors sort of piling back, buying on the dip really.
And it really was those mining and energy sectors that led the charge. How did the market play out?
Look, absolutely. Look, mining and energy stock incredibly outperformed the rest of the market. And so far this year, most of them has done more than 30-40% relative to the rest of the sector, such as the growth sector, the technology firms, which share price has declined, some by more than 40% so far this calendar year. So quite a lot of rotation, and we're just seeing a lot more of it this week as well, as the investors become more concerned about the inflation and interest rates.
And one standout on the market was the uranium producer Paladin, up around 11%.
Look, absolutely. This is a very good news for investors that participated in the equity raising. Share has come through and done incredibly well, and there's also quite a lot of demand for alternative energies such as uranium. So, and this is just an example that return is continuing very positively for investors.
And we've been talking about inflation and food price inflation, and GrainCorp has increased its profit outlook.
Look, absolutely. The weather has been fantastic for GrainCorp, and it's been fantastic for quite some time. This accounts for more than 5 upgrades in the last 12 months. It's just been incredible. And at the same time, food costs, as you mentioned before, food costs has gone up significantly. The prices for grain, because of disruptions and the conflict that's taking place in Ukraine, just means that profit is going higher for this company.
And the RBA has put out its half-yearly financial stability review, and it's particularly concerned about those borrowers who entered the housing market with huge debt-to-income ratios.
Look, absolutely. But I think the issue here is not about the default of the borrower, because simply when you think about it, a consumer actually has built up a lot of savings rates. It is running still at high, over 10% of GDP being saved. So the borrowing position is okay, but the problem is interest rate at current projected level. In the next couple of years, variable interest rate could double. That means it's actually not about the default, it's more about the consumption. Consumer will run out of money given the amount of the inflation and interest rate increases. It's going to be quite challenging for consumer.
Zhongbei Liu, as always, great to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
They're young, cool and unlicensed. The so-called finfluencers have been handing out free wealth advice to an eager Gen Y clientele. Now, the corporate cop is cracking down, warning internet advisors could face a $1 million fine or jail time if they don't get a licence, as Rihanna Whitson reports.
You don't need a 20% deposit to get into a property.
Alex Nikolic has earned as much as $4,000 a month from talking about money and investing on social media. She's what's known as a finfluencer.
For me, there were sponsorship opportunities, not with financial products, like with other brand partners that I've worked with.
As young people pile into investing, they've been turning to social media for free tips and advice. A crackdown by the corporate regulator means finfluencers will need to be licensed to provide financial advice, or risk a $1 million fine and even jail time.
If you're a finfluencer and you're providing financial advice, then we'd expect you to have a licence. In fact, you're required to have a licence.
Nearly 30% of young people have reported following at least one finfluencer on social media. Almost 2/3 of them having changed at least one of their financial behaviours as a result.
People complain about bad advice. They complain about, I guess, the conflicts not being appropriately managed, and they complain about misleading conduct.
Financial advisors have long been calling for finfluencers to be properly trained.
If anyone's giving advice who is not licensed, the investor has no access to consumer protections. I just wanted to show you.
Judith Fox is concerned about the illegal activity of some finfluencers who'd been promoting what's known as pump and dump scams.
You had some finfluencers who were talking up particular stocks, which they probably owned, and then people would pile in to buy it at the high price, and then the person would make a lot of money and then dump the stock. So the others would be left, with a valueless stock.
Dr. Angel Zong says ASIC's new guidelines kills the business model of finfluencers.
I think this is a wake-up call for the finfluencers because they can no longer provide recommendations for financial products and services without a license.
The corporate watchdog's guidelines don't cover cryptocurrencies because in Australia they're still unregulated and not a financial product. Last year, Australians lost almost $130 million to crypto scams.
So if you do invest in those products, you're effectively on your own.
Experts are concerned the crackdown could mean some finfluencers switch to talking about crypto.
I would say that's actually the elephant in the room, which means there should be regulations for this digital finance space first in order for ASIC to take the next move towards crypto.
Alex says most influencers have good intentions.
Hope that helps. I really hope that people don't stop talking about money and debt, because I think we have a moral imperative to make financial literacy as accessible and easy to understand as possible for young Australians.
Alex is now looking into getting qualified to keep her online following.
And that's all from Close of Business. For more on those stories, go to our website and catch The Business Monday to Thursday evenings at 8:45 Eastern on the ABC News channel and after the late news on ABC TV. I'm Alicia Barry. Thanks for watching.
The most exciting thing about election nights is the night where we hand it over to the voters. After all of those weeks and months, all the polls, all the predictions, politicians trying to control events, just for a few hours on election night. They have no control at all. It's up to the voters and nobody knows what they're going to do. It's quite a humbling moment for everybody who thinks they're an expert in politics.
A young couple on a mission.
It's a really daunting and high-stakes project. They're in the middle of nowhere out here.
Braving extreme weather and isolation.
And there have been moments where I've told Reece that I'm not sure if we can keep going.
To help turn around our extinction crisis.
It was a moment for a high five because we'd finally hit that goal.
We need these animals back in this desert. Big projects like this show we can do it.
Australian Story, Monday on ABC TV and ABC iView. Wednesday, there's a brand new moral dilemma.
What if you didn't need a womb to make a baby? Even when birth goes in a straightforward way, is it barbaric?
Oh, ladies.
The panel will labour over the good.
There were things about it that were really lovely.
The bad.
The worst experience I've ever had.
And unusual aspects of childbirth.
I felt like a little funny sensation. The cat.
Tomorrow tonight, Wednesday at 9 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the story you have been waiting to hear.
Who's up for
the best family time viewing? Ready to go anytime.
Get out there. Have a look.
Sometimes you have to do the stupid things.
You're onto something, aren't you?
Entertainment the whole family can enjoy.
Yes!
Okay, you ready?
It's always very exciting.
Cheers to us.
Stream for free. Log in to ABC iView.
Report the facts.
Good evening, it's Friday the 8th of April. Here are our top stories. Ukrainian authorities say dozens have been killed after rockets hit a train station in the country's east. Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan to address the nation as he expects to face a vote of no confidence. The High Court throws out a challenge to New South Wales Liberal pre-selections, clearing the way for Scott Morrison to call a federal election. And young Papua New Guineans turning to TikTok to learn and preserve their Indigenous languages. You're watching The World. Good evening, I'm Yvonne Yong. Also tonight, COVID stops US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi from making a trip to Taiwan that sparked anger in Beijing. The civilian toll from the war in Ukraine is continuing to mount after at least 30 people were killed and more than 100 injured in a rocket strike at a train station in the country's east. Local officials say thousands of civilians were at the station trying to evacuate. Russia has denied it was behind the attack. Europe correspondent Isabella Higgins reports now from Kyiv.
It wasn't just about causing death and destruction, it was about causing a delay, about stopping a mass evacuation effort. Now, this train station at Kramatorsk, it is one of the few still operating in the east of the country. Many thousands of people have come here in recent days trying to make their way to safer ground. That is because this country is bracing for a fresh offensive in the Donbass region in the east of the country. Now, this latest attack, it follows shows a pattern of behaviour that we've seen. Just yesterday, there was also a Russian attack on a railway near Kharkiv, also in the east of the country, and that blocked evacuation trains from leaving that railway station as well. Also, as we have seen for many, many weeks in the besieged port city of Mariupol, is that Russia has blocked Red Cross teams from getting in and evacuating people, taking them to safety. So what does this attack mean? It means, sadly, that many people have likely lost their life, that they expect thousands of people will be injured, but it also means that perhaps thousands of people will not be able to get to safety or will have a much harder time in doing so.
Isabella Higgins there. Well, Ukraine has warned time is running out for NATO to supply the weapons it needs to fight Russian forces in the Donbass. Moscow is moving troops east from the north of the country, where more massacres of civilians are being uncovered. It's led the UN Human Rights Council to suspend Russia and for calls to investigate war crimes believed to have been committed by its troops.
Before the destruction, before the massacres, Russian armour rolled into Bucha. No one knew the horror they would bring. It's a glimpse of what the town on the outskirts of Kiev looked like before the killing started. More than a week after the withdrawal of Russian forces, bodies are still being recovered.
Today, we've collected 17 bodies.
In towns around the capital, the human toll is still being counted.
In Kiev region, we found 650 dead bodies. From them, it is 40 dead bodies, only kids.
War crimes, crimes against humanity, and claims it's something even worse.
I would say in Bucha they may even go further. It's unclear at the moment, but there are indications there of genocide.
The small village of Andrivka is yet another place to have the misfortune of being on Russia's road to Kiev. Lubov Kamenko says many here still don't know if their loved ones are dead or alive.
I heard there were 47 people. Some of them are missing and can't be found so far. Some of them have been murdered. All of them are young people.
It's hard to comprehend the scale of devastation here. And when you talk to villagers, you get the sense that the rest of the world knows more about this war than they do. Many have had no communication, they don't know where their family and friends are, and many don't know where the Russian advance has moved to.
And as Russia pivots to the east, NATO members meeting in Brussels are working to get Ukraine more weapons.
We have a strong sense of urgency. That was something that I think was felt among all allies and partners here today.
Either you help us now, and I'm speaking about days, not weeks, or your help will come too late.
Officials say Russian forces are quickly amassing its army here in the Donbass. Ukrainian troops are digging in for a long battle. NATO Secretary-General has told the ABC a protracted war is a possibility.
We need to realise that there is a risk that this will last for months or even years, because we see the will of the Ukrainian people to stand up against a brutal invasion. But we also see no indications that President Putin has changed his goal of taking control over Ukraine.
Towns in Ukraine's east are clearing out as they come under Russian attack. But among those unwilling or unable to get out, there remains some pro-Russian sentiment.
I'm sorry, but it is my understanding that this land was sold. They are destroying our Donbass to give the land away to the Americans. The Americans bought it to place their nuclear weapons here.
There are warnings that an escalation of war in the Donbass isn't far off.
If they try to take this position, I'll kill them. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. Those are the rules of war.
But morale is high, even with the knowledge of what they know is coming. Isabella Higgins, ABC News, Kiev.
Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan is due to address the nation within hours, a day after the country's Supreme Court ruled his move to block Parliament from holding a no-confidence vote against him was unconstitutional. The decision also negates the Prime Minister's decision to dissolve Parliament and call a snap election. And this means Parliament will reconvene and likely hold a no-confidence vote at the weekend. Imran Khan is expected to lose that vote as his government recently lost majority support after being blamed for the country's economic troubles. Now, if he loses, he'll be ousted from office and a new leader will be sworn in. Opposition MPs and lawyers have hailed the Supreme Court's decision as a win for Pakistan's constitution.
Today, the Supreme Court has protected the Constitution of Pakistan, and their verdict has shown respect to the 220 million people of Pakistan.
This is a Pakistan victory. This is a victory for democracy, and we will move forward with the restoration of democracy. We will restore the freedom of the press, we will protect the social rights of every Pakistani, and we will have electoral reforms and go for free and fair elections.
I'm congratulating the supremacy of the Constitution, and on this occasion I want to say this is not the win of any political party, but it's the win for the Constitution of Pakistan.
And we'll be crossing live to Lahore to get the latest with journalist Alia Zera there. Israeli security forces have killed a Palestinian gunman who opened fire in a packed bar in the city of Tel Aviv, killing 2 people. Chaos broke out in the wake of the shooting that also left at least 10 other people wounded. The shooter was found hours later hiding near a mosque just south of Tel Aviv. The Palestinian man was killed after a brief shootout with police. It's the 4th deadly assault in Israel in the past few weeks. An Australian man has been sentenced to 5.5 years in jail for killing a man and injuring his wife in Singapore. Andrew Gosling threw an empty wine bottle at a dinner gathering of ethnic Malay Muslims 2 floors below his apartment in August 2019, hitting Naziari Sunni on the head. Mr Gosling pleaded guilty in February to 2 charges of causing death and injury. The court has heard Mr Gosling's actions reflected religious hostility towards Muslims. Scott Morrison's expected to use this weekend to call an election after the Prime Minister avoided a last-minute complication. Australia's highest court has decided it won't intervene in a bitter dispute over New South Wales Liberal Party pre-selections. Here's political editor Andrew Probyn.
Star power on the campaign trail. Australian culinary icon Maggie Beer alongside the Labor leader.
Nutrition is so important, but so is pleasure.
The acclaimed Cook's Foundation has been promised $5 million to help improve food in aged care.
Oh, that's me.
Anthony Albanese's South Australian pit stop as the nation waits for the Prime Minister to call the election.
I feel like putting in a phone call to the Prime Minister if he doesn't know where the Governor-General lives and offer him a lift to the lodge.
The Governor-General actually lives here at Government House.
The last election was on the 18th of May and the next election will be held at about the same time. Well, you'll know very soon.
How soon?
Very soon.
How soon? Monday?
You'll know when I'm announcing it.
Scott Morrison was in Victoria in 2 Labor-held seats, the marginal seat of Corangamite outside Geelong and McEwen north of Melbourne. Old-style campaigning mixed with new lines of attack.
I know that not every government is perfect, particularly in times like this. But what I also know is I know who I am and I know what I'm about.
His argument, you might not like me, but at least you know me.
They don't know anything about Labor because Labor haven't told them.
Enough. Call the election, let the Australian people decide.
Whoever wins in May will have to contend with rising interest rates, the big banks forecasting at least 4 rate rises by year's end, adding hundreds of dollars to monthly mortgage repayments.
What it does is emphasise the need for a plan to take pressure off the cost of living, not for the period of the election campaign, which is what this government's got, but permanently.
How you manage a strong economy, that is the best way to keep mortgage rates as low as we possibly can.
The long wait for the PM to name the election date will soon be over. The High Court this afternoon threw out a bid to challenge a dozen Liberal pre-selections in New South Wales, preserving Scott Morrison's captain's picks. So expect an announcement Sunday, ending what's been a long faux campaign to kick off the real thing. Andrew Probyn, ABC News, Canberra.
There's been no let-up in anti-government protests in Sri Lanka after the president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, refused to step down. The country is facing a deepening economic crisis, with the rupee now the world's worst-performing currency. Sri Lankans are struggling to secure enough power, fuel and food. South Asia correspondent Avani Dias reports from Colombo.
We are right in the centre of Colombo, and these protesters have shut down roads. There are similar rallies all across the capital city at this point, and you can just feel the anger from these protesters. They say their basic lives have been ruined because of this economic crisis, which they say has been caused by successive governments here in Sri Lanka. They say they're waiting hours on end just to fill up their cars with petrol. They're having power outages for more than 13 hours a day. Schools can't afford paper for exams. That's how bad the situation has got in this island nation. Now, experts say this economic crisis has been caused by a number of factors, mainly foreign loans from countries for major projects which haven't seen a return in that investment. On top of that, the coronavirus pandemic, the reduction in tourists from coming here, as well as the recent war in Europe, have led to this situation and created this perfect storm. Now, these protesters have been calling for the President Rajapaksa to stand down. Gotabaya Rajapaksa has been leading this country for the last few years. He came in with a huge majority, but now people are out here all day protesting for him to resign. Researchers say that Sri Lanka cannot afford to go to an early election. As you can hear now, the power has gone out, which shows the situation that these people are dealing with. They're so used to it, and this is exactly what they're protesting. But now the question is, how do we fix these issues? Researchers say this country urgently needs foreign bailouts if it's to return those basic services, including simply turning the lights back on.
The Taiwanese Coast Guard has recovered 2 bodies after a ship carrying 6 South Korean nationals went missing in the Taiwanese Channel. Authorities said they received distress signals from the vessel early in the morning as it was making its way to Batam Port in Indonesia. Taiwanese rescuers have joined their South Korean counterparts to locate the remaining 4 crew members. Meantime, 2 crew members sent to help in the rescue operation have died after their helicopter crashed off the coast of Marado Island in South Korea. Russia continues to face consequences for its invasion of Ukraine. It's become only the 2nd country to be suspended from the United Nations Human Rights Council over its alleged atrocities in Ukraine. Meanwhile, the US Congress has voted to suspend normal trade relations with Moscow and ban imports of its oil. So what does this mean for Russia, and what might its next move be? Dr. Hannah Notter is Senior Non-Resident Scholar with the James Martin Centre for Non-Proliferation Studies and joins us now from Berlin. Now, Hannah, Russia's suspension from the UN Human Rights Council, what does this mean for Moscow?
Yes, the Human Rights Council is a body that's existed since 2006. It has 47 members that are on the council for a 3-year term, and Russia would have been on the council until 2023. Now, I think countries decided to pursue the suspension yesterday to really use all available avenues to sanction Russia's aggression against Ukraine and show that incidents like the killings in Bucha this past weekend will not be without consequence. But I would say that in terms of the direct impact, this is probably more a symbolic move, given the limited competencies of this body. Russia remains a veto power-wielding permanent member on the UN Security Council. Now, in terms of Russia's reaction, Russia, of course, has called this move illegal and politically motivated. And rather than enduring the suspension, it announced yesterday that it would quit, which is very much in line with what Russia did about a month ago regarding the Council of Europe. So Russia wants to be seen as proactive, as quitting these bodies rather than being expelled. And Russia's characterization of the Human Rights Council is now very much in line with what it said about international bodies in recent years, bodies that take decisions that Russia disagrees with. Russia claims that they are politically hijacked by the United States and its allies, that they are used to pursue political agendas against Moscow and its allies. And so if you look at the domestic narrative, Yvonne, this is now very much about saying these bodies are irrelevant anyway. They don't reflect the realities of international politics anymore. Dmitry Medvedev, the former Russian president, asked on his Telegram channel this morning, how long will the Human Rights Council survive after this decision? So the narrative here is very much, we don't care. But I do think that Russia sees this as insulting somewhat to its status as a self-perceived great power, as a permanent member of the UN Security Council. And I've also heard that there's some indignation in Moscow with certain countries that were at least expected to abstain yesterday, countries like Serbia, which ended up supporting this suspension. So I would say a mixed picture here.
Well, Hannah, which countries didn't support the suspension, and what can you tell us about the reasons why?
So we've had quite a few abstentions actually yesterday, abstentions and votes against the suspension. China and India, of course, significant. These are countries that have tried to walk a careful balancing act since the beginning of the invasion. If we look at the Indian statements at the UN Security Council debate on Bucha a few days ago, for instance, India didn't even mention the Russian Federation once. But I think to understand the nuanced factors as to why countries abstain and sort of carefully balance, the Middle East is a great region to look at. So here, every single Gulf country, GCC country abstained, as did Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, Tunisia, Lebanon, and Morocco didn't even show up for the vote. And, you know, these are countries that have built political and economic relations with Russia for years, against a perception of declining U.S. interest in their region. I would say there's also perception in the Middle East that really the Ukraine war is not their war. And there's a certain indignation, I would almost say, with a perceived sort of double standard by the international community. Now that there's war in Ukraine, everyone is very much engaged. And then when we had Syria, Yemen, the Palestinian conflict, we saw less of that reaction. So I think countries are also upset about that. So I would say that the reasons as to why countries abstain are sort of multifaceted, and there's not one single reason.
Meanwhile, the US Congress has voted to strip Moscow of its preferential trade status, banning imports of Russian energy into the US. How damaging will this be?
That's right, Yvonne. I would say that the impact of this latest decision by the US Congress will be limited in sort of real terms, since bilateral annual trade between the United States and Russia is not all that significant. I think Russia was the United States' 23rd largest trade partner in 2021. But of course, the sanctions are building up. Sberbank has also just been sanctioned. The EU announced its 5th sanctions package against Russia, which is due to include a coal embargo. So I would say, on the one hand, of course, the Russian economy is under unprecedented pressure. Some predict that the Russian economy will perhaps contract by 15% this year. And you do hear anecdotally, I hear it from my contacts in Moscow, that sort of shortage of daily products is being felt among Russians. But then on the other hand, you have to mention that oil and gas continues to be sold by Russia, and Russia gets significant incomes. I mean, the EU stated this past week that it spent 35 billion euros on Russian energy since the start of this invasion. So if the intention, as the United States put it, is to starve the Russian war machine, I think with the current sanctions effort, we will not see that. I think we will not decimate Russia's military-industrial complex and its ability to wage this war over the immediate term. I think the impact here will, if anything, be more over the medium term.
And Hannah, in speaking to your contacts in Russia, how do you think the average Russian is viewing this invasion more than a month on?
It's, of course, difficult to say because we cannot really rely on polls, and so the evidence is more anecdotal. But I would say to you that, I mean, many were in shock when the war started and didn't expect this invasion. I was in Moscow until a day before the war started, and certainly none of my contacts saw it coming. What I fear now we see is an apparent consolidation among a majority of Russians behind the government. And I want to mention here three factors that I see. One I would call adaptive behavior. A lot of people now say they support the Kremlin because they feel a certain social pressure to do so. There's, of course, also a fear of reprisal. And so this drives this kind of adaptive behavior because it's simply the best way to just go on with everyday life. That is sort of amplified by what I would call besieged fortress. A lot of Russians, including those who were sort of internationally exposed and inclined, feel that their country's isolation and life under sanctions will be for a very, very long time. And so now that their country is mobilized against these immense outside pressures, even for people who were against this war, there is now this consolidation, perhaps this growing patriotism. And then the third factor, let's not forget about the effect of Russian state propaganda, the sheer mass of very detailed narratives that is thrown at Russians by the state media in terms of threats of weapons of mass destruction allegedly emanating from Ukraine, or what really transpired in Bucha this past weekend. What it does at a minimum is creating a lot of confusion, I think, among the average Russians, who then say, oh, the situation's really complicated. We will never really know what truly transpired. And why should we believe the version that the Western media is presenting? And so I think all these factors now constantly reinforce each other. And unfortunately, they have produced a situation where Russians are not turning against their government at this point in time.
Mm. And finally, NATO's warning this war will go on for months. Do you think Russia was expecting it to? Is it prepared enough for a long, protracted fight?
I think Russia was absolutely not prepared for it. They went into this invasion expecting regime change in Kiev within days. Now the big question, I agree with you, is are they up for a war of attrition, for a protracted fight? I mean, they have to some extent adjusted their war aims. Russian troops have now withdrawn from the north of Ukraine, appear to be focusing on the Donbass, on the east and the south. Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, did acknowledge yesterday, I think it was quite astonishing, that there are significant losses of troops, and he called it a huge tragedy for Russia. Now, I would argue to you that the longer this war lasts and the more losses Russia will incur, the harder it will be to sell this to your population as a quote-unquote special military operation with limited aims and with limited scope. Now, what concerns me personally is there is now a certain Russian narrative appearing, published in certain articles by Russian state media, amplified by certain Russian officials, that the denazification one has to pursue in Ukraine is not just limited to the leadership, to the elite, but that it has to go deeper. So is that a way of Russia sort of preparing its population for a more all-encompassing, protracted war? I think, that is a worrying question. And the other question to me is, once that is what you've been telling your people, you need to pursue denazification in Ukraine, how do you climb down from those demands to more realistic aims if the military situation on the ground dictates that? And will Vladimir Putin be prepared to do that? Or will he choose to go all in and escalate with yet uglier means, use of unconventional weapons or such things? I think that is what we need to observe going forward.
Hannah Nota, great to get your views. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan will have to face a no-confidence motion after the Pakistan Supreme Court ruled his attempt to dissolve Parliament was unconstitutional. Parliament has been ordered to reconvene tomorrow. Joining me now to discuss this development is Alia Zera, a Pakistani journalist and managing editor of Naya Dar Media. Alia, how significant is the Supreme Court verdict? What has the reaction been?
So the Supreme Court verdict has widely been celebrated by all those who believe the law and the constitution, activists, journalists, even lawyers. And it was a unanimous judgment where the Deputy Speaker's ruling last week was it was termed unconstitutional, and the Supreme Court said that the status quo as it existed before the Sunday's developments was kind of restored by the court, which was a very positive development because the constitution was blatantly subverted by Imran Khan and people on Sunday. And anything short of a complete restoration of the status quo would have been, an insult to the Constitution. So it's great that the Supreme Court did the right thing, and people are saying that they have, taught the people who subverted the Constitution a lesson that you cannot get away with it. And this is being celebrated as a victory of the Constitution of Pakistan, because the Constitution of Pakistan has been subverted many times by military dictators. And unfortunately, our courts, the Supreme Court, has a history of endorsing such actions of military dictators instead of condemning them. So this was the time people were very skeptical. Even I was thinking that, okay, I don't know, maybe the Supreme Court would, not completely dismiss the whatever happened on Sunday, but the Supreme Court not only dismissed nullified the Deputy Speaker's ruling, but also restored the National Assembly that the Prime Minister had dissolved. And the court also ordered that the voting on the no confidence motion will take place tomorrow on Saturday. And the government has also been ordered to ensure that every member participates in the voting, and the government has been asked not to stop any member from voting and not to create any hurdles for them. So it is really a landmark judgment.
Yes. Yeah. Alia, in an hour we're expecting Imran Khan to address the nation. What do you think he might say? What are the possible scenarios?
So Imran Khan has been saying that he has a surprise that he's going to give, and many people thought that what he did on Sunday was actually the surprise he was referring to. It is anything but a surprise. It was the blatant subversion of the Constitution. No one can call it a surprise except for those who want to make Pakistan a laughingstock of the world. So we don't exactly know what he's going to say, but some people are speculating that he might, tender his resignation. And just now, as we speak, the information minister has announced that a commission is being made by the government, which would investigate the alleged foreign conspiracy that the PTI government has been mentioning. Say that the US is behind this no confidence motion that the opposition has brought, and the people in the opposition have been accused of having links with foreign conspirators. So the commission, which is headed by a retired general or retired army officer, it would basically, investigate what the PTI government says is a foreign conspiracy against it. So which means that it is still, Imran Khan is still going to, peddle the same narrative that he's become a victim of a foreign conspiracy, and the opposition is basically, has joined hands with the US, with Pakistan's enemies to bring him down. So this is the narrative that he is going to use. So I think that in his address today, he will repeat the same statements. He will once again tell the nation that there's a conspiracy and we will refuse to become a slave of the West and we will make our own decisions. So he's, doing that populist, just promoting that populist rhetoric where he's, calling out people and just telling them that he's become a victim and the opposition is traitor. But the Supreme Court did not take notice of any such accusation that he made. Yeah. The Supreme Court said even the government's own Attorney General failed to defend this Deputy Speaker's ruling. He failed to, prove that there's some letter or conspiracy. Yeah.
And just lastly and very quickly, what is public support like for Imran Khan at the moment?
Yeah, so right now you see there's an economic crisis in Pakistan, and Imran Khan's government has clearly been unable to fulfill its promises. There has been massive unemployment. So people are, a lot of segments have grown frustrated with the government in the past few years. And, media, civil society, there have been attacks on democratic freedom of speech. So no one is really truly happy with the government. So he has certainly lost public support. But At the same time, I think this foreign conspiracy narrative is certainly going to work in his support as well, because populism works, and when he goes to election, he will just create this narrative that he was ousted from power because he refused to listen to a superpower, and the US conspired against him along with some opposition leaders in Pakistan. So that narrative is truly going to sell among the public, unfortunately, even though it is baseless. And I think that he might bounce back, but he might not get re-elected, of course. But to say that he will completely be out of politics after after the low confidence motion succeeds, that would be, I think, not appropriate to say. And I think he will still be there in politics. And we're yet to see if he makes a comeback or what happens in the next election.
Alia, we're going to have to leave it there. Thanks so much for talking to us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Alia Zera there. Well, you're watching The World. The top stories we're following tonight. Ukrainian authorities say dozens have been killed after rockets hit a train station in the country's east. Russia has denied involvement. Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan to address the nation shortly as he faces a vote of no confidence that he's expected to lose. The High Court throws out a challenge to Liberal pre-selections, clearing the way for Scott Morrison to call a federal election. The first Australian Bushmasters are on their way to Ukraine following a request from the country's president to help fight Russia's invasion. 20 of the armoured troop carriers will eventually be sent, and the federal government says more assistance will follow if needed. Here's Defence correspondent Andrew Green.
Seating all designed to protect.
One last inspection of hastily refitted and repainted Australian military hardware ahead of a 14,000-kilometre journey. These are the first 3 Bushmasters being sent to Ukraine. The Bendigo-built armoured troop carriers boast high levels of blast and ballistic protection and were requested just last week by Ukraine's president.
We do need to prop up our military capabilities to be able to repel the Russians.
United with Ukraine, Australia's among the first countries in the world to provide military vehicles. Over coming weeks, a total of 20 Bushmasters will make their way to the war-torn nation.
It's not a tank, it can't forward deploy to the front line, but it can move people around.
We support the lethal and non-lethal aid that's been provided.
Retreating Russian forces have left plenty of hazards, including roadside mines.
We have to demine and we have to also move our people, so these kind of vehicles will be very handy.
Once flown into Eastern Europe, details of how they'll be transferred into Ukraine remain classified, but those who've used the vehicles believe they'll be put to good use.
They could be used for lots of different things, and I'm pretty sure the Ukrainians, as clever as they have been, will find new ways of using them that we haven't thought of yet.
All up, Australia's committed almost $200 million to the war effort against Russia, which is being led by NATO allies. The Transatlantic Security Alliance has also agreed to step up cooperation with partners in the Asia-Pacific, including this country, to combat China's growing influence. Andrew Green, ABC News, Canberra.
Police are investigating after United Australia Party leader Craig Kelly was egged during a rally in Melbourne this afternoon. Mr. Kelly was holding a campaign event in South Yarra when a woman cracked an egg on top of his head. Police allege 2 women involved in the assault were also part of another incident soon after. Mr. Kelly was not injured, and a spokesperson says he'll be back on the campaign trail tomorrow. Caroline Kennedy has spoken for the first time since being nominated by the US president to become the new American ambassador to Australia. At a Senate hearing, the daughter of the late President John F. Kennedy said there's no country more committed to America's values of a liberal international order than Australia. Caroline Kennedy called this country a model for how to respond to China's economic coercion.
I'm confident in the United States and in our ability to maintain a free and open and secure and prosperous Indo-Pacific.
The confirmation process is ongoing until a vote at a later date. The US Senate has confirmed Ketanji Brown Jackson as the first black female justice on the Supreme Court. Her appointment is a victory for President Joe Biden, who secured 3 Republican votes in favour. It also reduces the court's conservative majority. Mr. Biden called the confirmation another step towards making the highest court reflect the diversity of America. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has tested positive to COVID ahead of a historic planned trip to Taiwan. Ms Pelosi was due to visit the self-governed island this weekend, but that's now been postponed. It comes as China has warned such a visit would severely impact China-US relations. East Asia correspondent Bill Birtles joins me now. Bill, how relieved is Beijing that this trip won't be going ahead?
Well, somewhat relieved, but actually, Yvonne, this afternoon, China's Foreign Ministry spokesman Zhao Lijian, he said that he wished that Nancy Pelosi recovers quickly from the reports. She apparently is not particularly ill at all, but he said she shouldn't postpone the trip, she should cancel the trip altogether. Now, that is a reference to word from Washington that she will still intend to come here to Taiwan at some point, as a sign of the Biden administration's commitment to Taiwan, which has really ramped up after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. There's just been increasing concern that perhaps China would be emboldened by that move, or perhaps China would be looking to put even more pressure on Taiwan. So sending the House Speaker, somebody who's technically third in line to the presidency if the President and the VP were wiped out, sending her to Taiwan would actually be the most high-profile visit of a US official to this island in 25 years. But it's not happening now because of COVID, and the Chinese government no doubt would be happy about that. But Zhao Lijian this afternoon saying, hang on a minute, we'd prefer that you cancel it rather than postpone it.
And Bill, even if the trip did go ahead, Taiwan's president has had her own COVID problems.
Yeah, so had Nancy Pelosi not contracted COVID and come here to Taipei on the weekend, it's not even clear whether she would be able to meet Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen, because Tsai Ing-wen now is in a sort of form of isolation for the next 7 days because she's a close contact of somebody who tested positive. Taiwan at the moment has rising cases of the Omicron. There's been about close to 400 or so today domestic cases. And for this reason, the Taiwanese president now is isolating. So on one hand, you've got Nancy Pelosi with COVID. On the other hand, if she did come here, maybe she wouldn't be able to meet with Taiwan's leader. The whole thing's a bit of a mess. Clearly, COVID is throwing a spanner in the works all over the place here in Asia.
Yeah, and it's not going away anytime soon either. Meanwhile, the US says the trip will be rescheduled. How could a future visit to Taiwan impact relations with Beijing?
Well, this is all about signalling, really. The Biden administration is trying to show that it is very committed to supporting Taiwan, continuing military sales to Taiwan, and if push came to shove and there was some sort of Chinese-initiated conflict, the Biden administration wants to project the idea that the US perhaps would intervene, which of course is the $64,000 question. It's never been clear whether the US would get involved. So sending Nancy Pelosi is a signal that the Americans are very willing to send very senior people here to try and shore up the relationship. Obviously, China is not particularly happy about this, but does it really make a difference in terms of strategy? Something that doesn't get reported very often is that on a near daily basis, the Chinese PLA flies jets, helicopters, reconnaissance planes, sometimes even bombers into Taiwan's air defence identification zone. Now, if you look at it on a map, it's a huge zone. It's not Taiwan territorial waters or airspace, but it is a deliberate provocation from the Chinese side because the flight paths so often just go into the southwest corner or they skirt around the southern edge of the air defence identification zone. So it's very purposeful what the PLA is doing. So this is all about saber rattling. It's all about forcing the Taiwanese to scramble in jets to respond. It's all about pressure. And so whether the US sends senior officials here on a regular basis or not, does that deter the Chinese from taking these sorts of steps? Probably not.
So then, really important to Taiwan there, what's their stance?
Sorry, Yvonne, could you just repeat that question? I didn't quite hear it.
What about Taiwan? How important would a visit to them be?
Yeah, it would be hugely important because the Taiwanese government, of course, is internationally marginalised and isolated, and any visit from any sitting member of the US Congress, particularly the House Speaker, is hugely important. It's symbolic. It's a way for the Taiwanese government to say to people here, look, the US, as far as we can see, does have our back. The strategy in Taiwan, of course, if China ever did militarily attack, would be to try and defend the island until the US intervened. If the US didn't intervene, then I don't really hear anybody here say that the Taiwanese military stands much of a chance. So having a senior US official reaffirm that relationship is hugely important. Just a month or two ago, Mike Pompeo, the former Secretary of State, was here. We also remember last year Tony Abbott, the former Australian PM, was here. These are all people who used to be in office. The Taiwanese government made quite a big deal when they came over, but to have a politician from the United States with the status of Nancy Pelosi that high up the chain would be hugely important to the Taiwanese government.
Bill Birtles, thank you.
Thank you.
More than 850 languages exist in Papua New Guinea, Australia's closest neighbour, and many of them are at risk of extinction. Now, TikTok, the social media platform best known for dance videos, is providing a space for young Papua New Guineans to learn their languages, and it's going viral. Hilda Wayne has this report.
When they are not studying, university students Emily Papa and Lisa Mariwia like to play around on TikTok. But recently they've swapped dancing for language tutorials, and their videos are gaining tens of thousands of views.
We came across this young Chinese lady who was giving out tutorials in her Chinese language. And we saw that and we were motivated, and because we like speaking Hengen, our language, often we decided why not we do the same and teach other Papua New Guineans and Pacific Islanders our language.
Hi guys, welcome to part 4 of learning the Enga language with Emma Licious.
They've created a series of basic tutorials on Engen, the language of the East New Guinea Highlands.
We didn't expect this, but this has reached like a global, views. So we're really happy. We have no teaching experience of any sort. When we saw that people were so interested, and when we saw the increase of views, it was very surprising and shocking to us.
Melbourne-based Alberta Sukoliana, who comes from the autonomous region of Bougainville, believes videos like these could inspire her children to learn their language.
Overseas, we tend not to speak our language, so my sons, especially the younger one has been born here. He doesn't have any idea about our language, so I'm trying my best to keep that language going by teaching them.
Considered the most linguistically diverse place on Earth, around 300 of PNG's approximately 850 languages are endangered, and some have no living speakers left. The rise of common language, Tokpisin, and the migration of people to cities and away from their traditional lands are the main reasons for the decline. By making videos, Emily and Lisa Murray hope to encourage others to maintain their language and culture.
Why not we share our culture, share our languages, showcase our, pride in who we are, and show to the world what we have here.
That's it. Yay!
That's a new approach to keeping traditions alive for the next generation. Hilda Wayne, ABC News.
A cargo plane has crashed onto a runway in Costa Rica's main international airport. Authorities say after touching down, the DHL aircraft spun and skidded on the tarmac, causing the fuselage to break into two. Airport officials say both the pilot and co-pilot were uninjured, and the southern sector of the airport has now reopened. DHL says they are conducting an internal investigation of the incident. An explosion at a bar in Congo's east has left 8 people dead and 3 wounded. Witnesses say the blast was caused by a grenade. This incident comes amid growing violence in the region, triggered by political divisions. Similar attacks in recent times are being linked to militants with connections to extreme Islamic groups. Back to Ukraine, to the city of Kharkiv, where one woman has made it her personal mission to fight Russian propaganda. Before the war, Maria Avdieva was a security analyst at a Ukrainian think tank, where she closely monitored Russian disinformation. But when the battle for Ukraine came to her home, she armed herself with a smartphone to document alleged Russian war crimes. Her videos show how Kharkiv has been torn apart, while also revealing how its people still find time for love and music in a war zone.
Maria Avdieva from Kharkiv, Ukraine. I am today in the kindergarten hit by Russian rockets several days ago. This is the sleeping room where children were sleeping. It was on fire because the Russian rocket hit this exact room right here on this wall. I don't have any kind of experience on the war reporting or anything of that kind, because I was mainly working as an analyst and as a security expert before the war started. But then I was closely monitoring Russian disinformation and trying to fight it. And that's why I decided that it's necessary to stay in Kharkiv and to provide the on-the-ground information about the situation in the city, and then document war crimes committed by Russia. And Russia still continues lying that they do not target residential areas, they do not target kindergartens, maternity wards, hospitals. This is what they do, and I'm right here collecting evidence of these war crimes. So Kharkiv was a very comfortable city to live in. This is my hometown, but I never wanted to leave. And now the city center is mostly destroyed. This is unbelievable to see it like this. I'm right now here almost alone because no people are here. It's not possible to stay in any of these apartments, and all these people have now no place where they can live, no homes. This is hard to see, this residential area like this. I'm here today because the musical concert was held on these stations. It was supposed to be a Kharkiv musical film festival with musicians coming from all over the world to Kharkiv to play their music. But then the war happened. Are you happy that you are getting married tomorrow? Yes. Are you looking forward to it?
Yes, of course. Yes.
So
it was our dream, and the day tomorrow it will be true.
Great. I'm looking forward to see you both tomorrow and see how it happens. I stay here because I do still have everything what I need, and that for me is connection. I have internet connection and I have electricity. And while this is still possible, I'm going to stay and continue doing what I do.
The deeply strained relationship between Washington and Moscow has revived Cold War-era fears of nuclear war. Thousands of fallout shelters were set up in the US to try to protect Americans from an attack. North America correspondent Jade McMillan got a rare look inside one of those still standing in an unlikely location.
This is an ordinary school in Washington, D.C., but beneath the surface lies a secret, an abandoned nuclear fallout shelter from a time when Americans feared the worst. Mike, hi.
Hey, good afternoon.
Mike Washville is a military veteran and a volunteer with a Cold War museum. We're headed underground to what would have been a refuge for more than 500 people in the event of a nuclear attack.
All right, we're about to enter the fallout shelter space here. Watch your head. It has changed a little bit.
Aside from air conditioning ducts installed in recent years, the shelter has mostly been left untouched since the 1960s. It's still stocked with basic survival supplies like drinking water and ration packs.
They're basically just simple wheat crackers, 700 calories a day worth of survival food, plus the carbohydrate hard candy supplements.
So these are a little mouldy or dusty now.
A little bit of both.
This is what people would have been living
That
off
is
these
correct.
crackers.
You would have to live on the crackers and the candy along with some water for up to 2 weeks at a time.
There are also makeshift portable toilets and medical kits.
You've got gauze, you've got bandages, you've got antiseptics, you've got first aid supplies. And in the early deployments of the medical kits, they actually had some narcotics in there. They had barbiturates to act basically as a tranquilizer.
All of us in the world today live under another kind of cloud, the threat of thermonuclear war.
The Cold War saw shelters being set up all over the US, and while they wouldn't have protected against a direct attack, it was hoped they'd keep Americans in other areas safe from radioactive material spread by a blast.
Around ground zero.
In a large attack on the United States, only a small percentage of the territory would be affected by blast and heat directly from the nuclear bombs. The entire country, though, is under threat of radioactive fallout.
Thankfully, this shelter has never been used. The world hopes it stays that way.
Pink Floyd has announced it's releasing new music for the first time in almost 3 decades to raise money for the people of Ukraine. Hey Hey Rise Up features Pink Floyd members David Gilmour and Nick Mason with vocals from Ukrainian singer Andrei Klivnik. The track uses the melody of a patriotic song Klivnik recorded in front of Kiev's St. Sophia Cathedral and posted to social media. Preparations have begun for tomorrow's AFLW Grand Final between Melbourne and Adelaide, with fans showing their support ahead of the big game. Passionate father and son Demons supporters Lee Obradovic and 4-year-old Sebastian decked out their house in red and blue. The pair are hoping the D's can back up the men's success last year.
Our AFLW team have been trailblazers right from the start. They've been flying the flag for so long, and it'd be great to see them to win the premiership tomorrow.
Street art depicting Captain Daisy Pearce has been emblazoned on a wall in Hosier Lane. The real Daisy Pearce has her eyes on the main prize in the historic first decider for the D's. Australia's Cameron Smith is outright second after the opening round of the Masters golf tournament at Augusta. Smith finished with a 4-under 68 to sit 1 shot behind career Sung Jae Im. 15-time major champion Tiger Woods enjoyed a solid return to professional golf, finishing with a 1-under 71. Smith recovered from a double bogey on the first to record 8 birdies and hold the outright lead, but another double bogey on the 18th saw him slip to second.
It was, I guess, quite frustrating, the beginning and the end. The stuff in between was, you know, some of my best stuff. I can't remember hitting my irons really that good ever. So, yeah, just a really frustrating day.
In his first tournament since a serious car crash threatened his career, Woods shot 3 birdies and 2 bogeys to sit in 10th place. More than 110,000 racing fans have turned out at the Australian Grand Prix in Melbourne as Formula One practice got underway. Organisers are expecting even more spectators at the Albert Park circuit tomorrow for qualifying and on Sunday for the main race. As expected, Ferrari dominated the practice sessions with Carlos Sainz and teammate Charles Leclerc setting the fastest times. Local hopeful Daniel Ricciardo finished in 8th and 10th. There was trouble for 2018 winner Sebastian Vettel, whose engine failed, leaving him to hose his car down before doing a lap on a scooter. Before we go, recapping our top stories, Ukrainian authorities say at least 30 civilians are killed after rockets hit a train station in the country's east. Russia has denied involvement. That is your world for this Friday evening. You can always catch the show on iView, and more world news and interviews can be found at the ABC's YouTube channel. I'm Yvonne Yong. Have a great weekend ahead.
Are you ready for the Gardening Australia Easter special?
Maggie Beer is cooking up a new project.
It's about no longer allowing institutionalised food. And there's so much we have to do because there's so many people without support.
Enter a breathtaking world of colour.
I just think that looks magnificent.
And why not try edible flowers with your eggs this Easter?
These little beauties also have a little sweet treat hiding for you.
Gardening Australia, next Friday on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Sometimes I think I wish I had said nothing. I wish I had turned my back, but that wasn't really an option.
What were the rumours? That there was an interrogation centre at the heliport.
They were scared. They had just had the worst experience they were ever going to have in their life.
They are breaches of international human rights law.
I said, this is going to come back and bite us on the It only takes one or two bad apples to spoil a bunch.
I never want to go back.
Four Corners, Monday, ABC TV and ABC iView. A young couple on a mission.
It's a really daunting and high-stakes project. They're in the middle of nowhere out here.
Braving extreme weather and isolation.
And there have been moments where I've told Reese that I'm not sure if we can keep going.
To help turn around our extinction crisis.
It was a moment for a high five because we'd finally hit that goal.
We need these animals back in this desert. Big projects like this show we can do it.
Australian Story, Monday on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Throughout this election, we'll leave no political stone unturned.
We have a plan to keep our economy strong.
We'll take you beyond the daily circus to the marginal seats where the election will be won and lost.
Let the people of Australia decide.
And inside the political drama that could affect your vote.
Insiders, Sunday at 9 on ABC and ABC iView.
Wednesday, there's a brand new moral dilemma.
What if you didn't need a womb to make a baby? Even when birth goes in a straightforward way, is it barbaric?
Oh, ladies.
The panel will labour over the good.
There were things about it that were really lovely.
The bad.
The worst experience I've ever had.
And unusual aspects of childbirth.
I felt like a little funny sensation. The cat.
Tomorrow tonight, Wednesday at 9 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
What are you doing?
I'm making a miniature scene in a hole in the wall.
Meet Australia's Miniacs.
Wow.
A community of artists working tiny.
That looks good to me.
In a land of big.
1916, please.
Recreating history.
How do you move a zoo?
On a small scale.
What do you reckon happened here?
It's all about the little things.
Kind of been a hobby gone wrong in a way.
Join professional miniaturist Joanne Buzyanis-Selick and tiny enthusiast Jimmy Rees on a journey through time and space.
Inglorious, magical, miniature.
Tiny Oz starts April 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
What's empathy training and have you ever had it?
No, I haven't, Lee.
Can you please stand back a bit? Thank you.
Wasn't it a serious conflict of interest getting involved in any way in that grand process?
It's not just about whether it's within the rules, it's about the way it looks.
Lifting wages will have an impact.
Yeah, but how do you lift wages?
There are 9 ministers for housing in this country. What are they all doing?
1,000 jobs. Address the question.
Now is the time to speak.
7:30, Monday to Thursday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
It doesn't change who you are.
The Prime Minister told Parliament it has been
justice and humanity.
W News live from Berlin. Deadly attack. Russia targets a train station packed with civilians trying to flee to safety. At least 50 people confirmed dead and dozens more wounded after missiles struck the station in Kramatorsk in eastern Ukraine. Officials on the ground say the attack was deliberate.
We have seen the cruel face of Putin's army.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen shocked after witnessing atrocities firsthand on a visit to Kyiv for talks with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. And Germany and Britain pledged cooperation on renewable energy as part of efforts to reduce dependency on Russian imports. Hello, everyone. I'm Leila Harak. Thank you so much for your company. At least 50 people are now known to have been killed in a Russian attack on a train station in eastern Ukraine. Dozens more were wounded when 2 missiles struck the crowded rail hub in the city of Kramatorsk in the Donetsk region. The station was being used to evacuate women, children, and the elderly to safer parts of the country. Western leaders have condemned the attack. The Kremlin denied any involvement. Toby Fricker is UNICEF spokesperson, and he is in Western Ukraine. Mr. Fricker, I'm told your team, the UNICEF team, was in Kramatorsk today when the attack happened?
That's right, yeah. No, thanks for having the UNICEF on. We did. We had a team in Kramatorsk today. They were delivering some supplies, some medical equipment, hygiene items to the local authorities there for distribution to hospitals in the Kramatorsk area. And we also had supplies going in yesterday as well. The team were unloading and offloading the supplies when they heard
the household doing rare trips to buy groceries, and then extensive testing. So they have everybody go downstairs in a residential block, usually one at a time or one household at a time, so you don't have people mixing, and then they test everybody. So they tested 25 million people in a day on Monday. They did a citywide testing. That followed testing the western two-thirds of the city in the latter half of last week and the eastern third of the city the first half of last week. But other than testing and these small trips out, sending somebody out every couple of days for groceries, people are having to stay in their homes.
What happens to those cases that are found during these routine testing measures? They're taken to quarantine centres. What are the conditions there like?
The conditions in the quarantine centres are not comfortable. There are long rows of beds, cots, in convention centers. They've put out as many as 40,000 cots in the main exhibition center out on the west side of town. That exhibition center is the world's third largest convention center after Hanover, Germany, and Shenzhen, China. So it is immense. And they just put tens of thousands of cots out. They provide basins in which people can wash their faces, but they're not providing showers. These convention centers were not designed for having lots of people spend more than a few hours at a time. You had an alarming incident where trash that had piled up outside the other convention center on the east side of town caught fire, and you had an outdoor fire. Fortunately, it was put out quickly, but they've also had difficulties in supplying food to these convention centers. There does seem to be enough, but sometimes people have rushed forward to make sure that they did get their food. It's not just people who are infected who are being sent to quarantine as well. They've also been rounding up people who are close contacts and sending them by the tens of thousands into confinement or even into neighboring provinces as Shanghai starts to run low on places to put all these people. Shanghai reported 21,000 new cases detected on Thursday. So they're still finding cases at an extraordinary pace.
Keith Bradshaw, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Casey Briggs joins us. Casey, what's the latest data telling us about the virus here at home?
Hi, Jez. Well, it's certainly starting to look like this second Omicron wave, the one driven by BA2, is starting to recede. Here's the national case chart at the moment. We're recording about 56,000 cases a day at the moment. This time last week, it was also at about 56,000 cases a day, and it looks like it might well be starting to come down, but it's spent quite a lot of time at that elevated number. It probably will on the other side as well. So we're looking at relatively large numbers for quite some time yet. And of course, the picture is a little bit different from state to state. If we look at the per capita comparisons across the states, Tasmania is recording the most cases per million people at the moment. Thankfully, it does look like it's starting to recede there. Similar story in WA, cases starting to come downward as well. But there are still some places that cases are going up. One of those is Victoria. Victoria was, a state that was a little bit later to this second Omicron wave than other states, and what we're seeing at the moment is a very long, slow, steady increase, but right now more than 10,000 cases a day is still what we're seeing. And South Australia is, well, it's recording some record numbers at the moment, more than 5,000 cases on a daily basis, and that is higher than we've seen at any other point in this pandemic. Hospitalisations in South Australia, they're sitting at about 200. A few weeks ago, the government of South Australia said, we'll release some modelling which suggested this hospitalisation number might well reach about the same peak it did back in January. That does look now to have been downgraded, and the numbers are not quite as bad as they perhaps looked just a few weeks ago. And back to WA just briefly, because now that the wave there does look like it's coming down, we've got a sense for just exactly how big it was. And what I want to do is bring back a comparison that we looked at right when WA was getting started with this exit wave once the borders opened, and compare it to other states that had similar border opening re-entry kind of waves, Queensland and South Australia being that. So what we saw back then was that the WA wave took quite a bit longer to get going, but in the end, it's reached about the same height as those other states. So I guess, Jez, it kind of proves the point that coronavirus is coming for all parts of the country. The only thing we can really control is just how vaccinated we are before it gets there.
Casey, thank you. 36-year-old Irene Tay first contracted the virus in July of 2020 and spent 5 days in hospital before recovering from her initial infection. But even today, she can't exercise or work a full day. Irene joins us now. Irene Tay, welcome to the program. Tell me, what is it like for you having long COVID?
It's certainly not a fun thing to have. It's been challenging because the recovery, it's up and down. It's not linear.
For those who are not familiar with the sort of symptoms you're experiencing, what are they? Tell us.
My main symptoms would be the shortness of breath, my very fast heart rate, and nerve pain, and the fatigue. Oh, forgot about the fatigue. Can't forget about the fatigue.
How do you go with daily tasks and exercise?
I can't exercise just yet. Like I said, the recovery wasn't linear. So at one point I was building up being able to exercise for about 20 minutes. And then the fatigue kicks in yet again. So exercising is definitely not easy. Sometimes day-to-day life is not easy. So things like having to hang up a lot of washing, it can be so tiring that I need a nap after that.
You were working as a nurse.
Yes.
Before you got COVID. What has this meant for how you're able to work and what sort of work you're able to do?
I haven't been able to go back to my clinical work like I used to be, so I have to change the nature of my work a little. So I no longer deal with patients and look after patients anymore. I'm now more having to deal sitting on a desk or do a lot of paperwork. So the nature of work has certainly changed, and it's not it's a different path altogether now.
How do you feel about that, the fact that your career has had to take a turn that you maybe weren't expecting?
I love my job. I love being a nurse. And that change of expectation in myself was definitely the biggest challenge. Work has been really supportive in that sense. So I'm lucky, I'm fortunate in the sense that work has been able to support my change in condition and able to alter the scope of work for me to continue working. Even though I'm still not back to 100%, I still can't do a full 8-hour day.
Irene Tay, it's terrific to have you on the program. Thank you so much for joining us.
No problem. Thank you, Jeremy.
Long COVID could have a massive impact on the global economy. Dr. Richard Mead is a research fellow in economics and public policy at the Auckland University of Technology. He joins us now. Dr. Mead, welcome to the program. Is it possible to measure what impact long COVID is having economically?
I think it might be a bit premature to be able to put numbers to this, but we're already seeing large numbers of cases rising. And we are already seeing a certain number of people who are experiencing debilitating long COVID, meaning that they are chances are they're going to be not able to participate in the workforce or the education and those sorts of things to their full potential. And that's going to have short-term effects, but it's likely to also have some long-term effects.
One of the short-term effects with opening up was that we would see case numbers rise, but people would be able to get back to work, get back to life, get back to earning a normal living. What impact do you think long COVID is taking out of that?
Well, I think there's two things to consider. One is people who are experiencing long COVID, and the other is to consider people who are worried about getting long COVID. I put myself in the latter camp as it happens. So, if people are already experiencing long COVID and it is debilitating for them, and a certain number of people with long COVID are finding it to be particularly debilitating, they aren't able to participate in the work, they aren't able to participate in social life in the normal ways. So their ability to contribute as workers, their ability to contribute as consumers, their ability simply to have a normal life is going to be suffering.
Long COVID is sometimes likened to things like chronic fatigue syndrome. Is part of the difficulty that, like CFS, the symptoms, the definitions around long COVID are so intangible?
Oh, for sure. And I think we have the problem at the moment that we don't even have an agreed case definition for what long COVID is. And once we get there, chances are it looks something like what we have for chronic fatigue syndrome. And that is a fairly broad umbrella term it's a bit of a catch-all for people with a whole wide range of symptoms, and possibly coming from different sources to that wide range of symptoms. And that's going to make diagnosing what's going on with people and trying to fix what's going on with them very hard.
One of the key measures that we've moved to since different parts of the world have come out of the pandemic gradually is that we're now more focused on how many deaths there are. You're saying that that is not the full picture.
Oh, for sure. I think we have to allow for the fact that deaths are obviously important, and so as a first response, you'd expect governments around the world to be prioritising minimising deaths and overloading the health system. But the other things we need to be aware of is that people who get COVID often experience damage to various critical organs, which means longer term there are going to be burdens on the health system from those people. And then there's another category yet, which of course is long COVID. And if that leads to a significant number of the population unable to participate in normal life, that's going to lead to some very long-term costs for the society. And that's beyond the health system costs. That's actually just costs of the workforce and cost of people's life development if they can't finish their education, can't develop their careers, et cetera, et cetera.
So who should responsibility fall on? Because ultimately this ends up with the taxpayer, the employer, the consumer, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure. And I think there are a number of issues here. First is, as a public health response, governments should probably want to be leading the charge in avoiding long COVID because it leads to societal costs more widely. And government itself might be concerned if it faces long-term social care costs or social support costs, so health system burdens, ongoing care of people that are debilitated long-term. These are costs that will fall to the government, and so it might wish to try and minimise those costs. I'm actually a bit concerned that while we might see a spike in short-term health costs with long COVID sufferers trying to seek some sort of solution from the health system, unless we make some material progress in figuring out how to fix long COVID, they're quickly going to find what a lot of chronic fatigue syndrome sufferers find, as I was many years ago, that the health system doesn't actually have much to offer. And so they might end up simply running around the health system for quite some time and then dropping out and resorting to family and friends to support them if long-term social insurance isn't available, seeking alternative medical treatment if they don't find any options forthcoming in the main health system.
Dr. Richard Mead, thank you for joining us.
Pleasure.
And that is the show for this week. Thanks for your company. Bye for now.
Are you ready for the Gardening Australia Easter special?
Maggie Beer is cooking up a new project.
It's about no longer allowing institutionalised food. And there's so much we have to do because there's so many people without support.
Enter a breathtaking world of colour.
I just think that looks magnificent.
And why not try edible flowers with your eggs this Easter?
These little beauties also have a little sweet treat hiding for you.
Gardening Australia, next Friday on ABC TV and ABC iView. There's a brand new moral dilemma.
What if you didn't need a womb to make a baby? Even when birth goes in a straightforward way, is it barbaric?
Oh, ladies.
Tomorrow tonight, Wednesday at 9 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Every day, Australia's pathology teams work tirelessly to keep us and our loved ones safe from disease. Pathology teams have led the fight against COVID-19. So who are the people behind the tests? They are the hidden heroes of healthcare that carry out all our vital pathology tests, contributing to 70% of all medical decisions. Tests during pregnancy, newborn screening, detecting cancer, and countless other medical conditions. Thank you, pathology.
Sometimes I think I wish I had said nothing. I wish I had turned my back, but that wasn't really an option.
What were the rumours?
That there was an interrogation centre at the heliport.
They were scared. They had just had the worst experience they were ever going to have in their life.
They are breaches of international human rights law.
I said, this is going to come back and bite us on the It only takes one or two bad apples to spoil a bunch.
I never want to go back.
Four Corners, Monday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
The world has been confronted with horrific images of atrocities against civilians allegedly committed by Russian forces in Ukraine.
We can find the courage and call it a genocide because there is so much resemblance of the events of 20th century.
How should Western allies respond? My guest on Conflict Zone is Lithuanian Foreign Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis. He joins me on the line from Vilnius.
If Putinism, which is more than just one person, if it stays, that means that this country will be ready to deploy aggressive tactics and war against its neighbors again. And this cannot be allowed.
As the EU debates the next round of sanctions, Lithuania has already moved to ban Russian energy imports. It has long urged a tougher line on Putin's Russia. How tough are allies willing to get now? And how far does he think Putin's war in Ukraine could go? Join me for all that and more on Conflict Zone. Foreign Minister Landsbergis, welcome to Conflict Zone.
Good morning.
We have seen the images of bodies scattered along the streets in Bucha on the outskirts of Kiev, some apparently shot with their hands tied behind their backs, allegedly by Russian forces. President Zelensky calling this a genocide. Is it?
I think that we can find a courage and call it a genocide because there's so much resemblance of the events of 20th century that we thought that belong in history books. And we have to remind ourselves on those events, compare them, and find the exact wording for how to call it. But then again, I think it's also as important not only to call it to what it is, but also to find those who are responsible for them and bring them to justice.
Indeed, Ukraine has demanded an investigation into alleged abuses by the International Criminal Court, that the International Criminal Court, in conjunction with Ukraine and the EU, investigate these alleged abuses. Do you realistically, though, see Putin or a senior general being brought before the ICC to face justice?
Well, I think the procedures are there for that reason, and we have to really take all the necessary steps that are available to us. That means that we have to investigate, we have to identify all the victims, identify the perpetrators, and if possible, yes, bring them to justice. And now only time will tell whether those exact people who committed, when you say alleged, I think that, at least from my part, I can be certain who is behind this. We know even the battalions, we know even the troops, even now we know them by name, who were occupying Bucha. To add to that, we know people who gave them orders because they did that in public. So there is a lot of room for allegedness in this case. And then again, I would really hope to see them brought to justice.
What more do you think we know? Can you share some of that information with us? Because, we're hearing from the likes of Human Rights Watch saying that they have documented cases of rape, summary executions by Russian forces. It's citing unspeakable, deliberate cruelty and violence against Ukrainian civilians. Zelensky has warned of worse atrocities yet to be uncovered, and he's pointing to areas in particular in the west of Ukraine that have also been occupied by Russian forces. What is your intelligence telling you right now?
Well, it is clear that Russian troops were using a deliberate terror tactics against civilians in order to press for results as fast as possible. When they failed on the military field, then they turned to civilians, and this is what we are actually seeing now. And I agree with the saying that probably the worst is yet to be revealed. Unfortunately, we have to be mentally also prepared for the fact that the more territories are liberated by Ukrainian army, the more atrocities we will know of. And therefore, again, we have to be ready and prepared with a legal framework, so that not only the political reactions would be needed, but also concrete measures that would be taken by the Western world with the tools that we have.
There was hope, and I'd like to just address that. That hope that we heard last week, that Putin might actually scale down his offensives. Moscow said it would focus on liberating Donbass, draw back from the capital, Kiev. Was that a pull down or a ploy?
I think it's theatrics. I think that what we're seeing is a regrouping because of the failures on the military field. We can admit, and not sure whether the generals in Russia would be brave enough to admit, but they are losing in the field, and that is why they are retreating and regrouping further to the east, because this is where they might still think to achieve some certain military victories. To add to that, I think that the sanctions are kicking in, and I'm quite convinced that the government in Kremlin is trying to do its best in order to stabilize the economic situation, but it can only hold so long. So that means that they need some sort of a debate to start about the retreat, about their pragmatism that is starting to show off. But I think it's all theatrics, and we not need to give into that.
You mentioned the word regrouping, and I'm just wondering what you think comes next after such a so-called regrouping. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, for example, has said we can expect additional offensive actions bringing even more suffering. How far do you think Putin is still willing to go?
Well, I think that everything is still on the table. The more losses he achieves, so to say, I think the more cruelty we might be seeing. And with the regrouping further to the east, and with this 9th of May date closing in, I think this is where he will have his parade. One way or another, he will have his parade, even if it's a parade on the ashes of Mariupol or some other city. So therefore, we have to be prepared for that, first of all, as I mentioned, mentally, but secondly, with additional waves of sanctions and further assistance to Ukraine. Nothing has been won yet. There were some victories in the field by Ukrainians with the Western support, but that has to continue.
You seem to be describing a leader in a state of desperation, and so I'd just like to ask you how effective you think those measures, those ratcheting up of sanctions can be, because as the EU weighs those tougher penalties on Moscow, you already announced an end of imports on Russian oil and gas, the expulsion of the Russian ambassador from your country. Do you really think that these moves can impact Putin's calculus or deter further atrocities against civilians?
I think it's very important to talk about the end game here as well. And we very often talk about the tactics of the current events, of what's happening in the field. Bucha and the sanctions is still tactics. We have to talk about the end game. So what is the expectation? And I can tell you that our expectation is the end of Putinism, end of ideology that is currently running Russia. And therefore, everything has to be employed in order to achieve that. Because if Putinism, which is more than just one person, if it stays, that means that this country will be ready to deploy aggressive tactics and war against its neighbors again. And this cannot be allowed. Therefore, if a country, be it a small country like Lithuania, we have our own tools that we can employ, we will do that. And you mentioned several steps that were taken by Lithuanian government. One of them is a very important, I think, that is canceling the contracts, the gas contracts. And I think this shows the way that it is possible to do that.
And you've very much been out front on this, we have to mention. You've been one of the fiercest advocates for harsher sanctions against Russia. You've called on your EU partners to act with you and impose an all-out ban on Russian oil and gas. But we've already seen it. Germany, Hungary, Austria, they've already pushed back on that. Does the pushback shock you?
I think no. Nothing can shock me more than the massacre in Bucha. And I hope that this is shared by my colleagues. Because in essence, when you think about it, is when we're paying money to Russian government, be it for gas, oil, other extracts from the soil, in a way, we're paying salaries to the soldiers who are committing those massacres in cities like Bucha. So there's a very, very short link between the amount that is being paid and the army that is able to do what it does in Ukraine. So I think that has to be the main argument.
But haven't we seen this story before, and aren't there lessons to be learned? I mean, because you've long been calling for more meaningful action against Putin's aggressions, and I'm thinking in Chechnya, Georgia, Crimea. Your prime minister said recently that the West was always pressing the snooze button because, and I'm quoting here, the Russian money smelled too good. How worried are you that the West could press the snooze button again? I mean, we're seeing some of those cracks in unity in the EU.
There is this worry. There is this worry that somebody would say, okay, we need to normalize the situation again, as if the normalization has to come from us, from the West. Therefore, I'm saying, look, even though we've said that in 2008 in Georgia, 2014, the first attack against Ukraine, those were already situations that were not normal. They were already destroying the rules-based security order, European, if you may. Now, I think that the order that we've so much tried to preserve is different. It has to be different.